Chapter 1503. Ding. Host has triggered the revenge quest. Kill Xianxia. Do you accept? The system notification surprised Yi Xian. He remembered that the last revenge quest required him to kill Mo Shui. He didn't expect it to be so long ago. Accept. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and accepted this revenge mission. The reward for the revenge quest wasn't displayed, which meant that it would change according to certain factors, such as the speed of completing the quest. Actually, Yi Xian wanted to tell Qi Xianyue a fact, and that was about Qi Xuanyue's brother, Qi Tianrui. Qi Xianyue probably didn't expect that her brother had found this tomb chamber, let alone that her brother was already dead. The burnt corpse in the north of the palace was actually Qi Tianrui. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death were instantly destroyed, so Yi Xian didn't have time to tell her. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait until he saw Qi Xianyue again. He wondered what kind of expression Qi Xianyue would have when the time came. Let's leave first. After accepting the revenge quest, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the Xianyue tomb chamber with the old tree and Bai Ming. Although the eyes of death and Qi Xianyue had been defeated by the mysterious middle-aged man, Yi Xian decided to leave first just in case. No matter how powerful Qi Xianyue was, she couldn't chase after them. After all, she only appeared because the Skeleton King's seal was broken. After they were safe, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "Who was that senior just now?" Bai Ming replied, "That senior was appointed by my 100 Fox Manor to manage the Xian Death battlefield. He monitors the entire Xian Death battlefield through the eyes of Myriad. If anyone violates the rules, they will be obliterated." I see. So there are two other managers on the Samsara Venerable and Samsara City Master's side? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, the other two also have the eyes of myriad forms. The eyes of myriad forms is a relatively common eye. Bai Ming nodded. Indeed, the eyes of myriad were very common. Yi Xian encountered two pairs of them while chasing after the Xian Ming duo. The eye of death is also rather rare. It is said that the Lord of the Abyss of Death obtained it from a heavenly beast of death. As for the eye of reincarnation, I heard that the master of Samsara City got it after killing the heaven-reaching beast. Seeing that Yi Xian was interested, Bai Ming continued. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. What? The master of Samsara City? What about your manor lord and venerable Samsara? Our manor lord is a fox of reincarnation. The eye of reincarnation is formed by itself. As for the reincarnation venerable who rose in the past 20 years, I don't know where his reincarnation eye came from. However, it is said that the reincarnation venerable condensed it himself, so he has superior reincarnation ability, Bai Ming replied. The eye of reincarnation obtained from killing heaven-reaching beasts was naturally inferior to the eye of reincarnation formed by oneself. This was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Reincarnation Venerable and Reincarnation Fox had the same level of Reincarnation Eye. As for Reincarnation City Lord, he was slightly weaker. Reincarnation Venerable? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. When the first eye of reincarnation appeared, the base of the life and death plate in the planting space suddenly shook violently. In the land of reincarnation, when Yi Xian was still in the longevity realm, the base of the life and death plate in the Red Flame Mountain range suddenly appeared after the Reincarnation Venerable appeared. Could it be, right, the Reincarnation Venerable appeared at about the same time as the Xianming Duo demons reincarnated using the life and death plate? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the Reincarnation Venerable was the life and death plate? So, his two appearances caused the base of the life and death plate to change? However, the life and death plate was only a divine artifact. Some divine artifacts seem to give birth to artifact spirits. The Reincarnation Venerable might be the life and death plate. After the Xianming Duo demons reincarnated, it cultivated a physical body and then left. Yi Xian thought about it and realized that it was really possible. However, the Reincarnation Venerable was one of the three great leaders in the land of reincarnation. He was not someone he could come into contact with now. Furthermore, the Reincarnation Venerable did not have any enmity with him. He would think about it after he met the Reincarnation Venerable. Right now, he had to take revenge first. The Eye of Death, Xianxia. By Ming, I will take revenge personally this time. I will take my leave first. Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, who was beside him. All right, please be careful, my lord. Bai Ming did not ask further and only cupped his fists respectfully. He also wanted to take revenge for the auction house owner, but Xianxia was not someone he could defeat now, so he could only put it aside for now. Then Yi Xian left directly. Since he wanted to take revenge, he had to go to the north because Xianxia was in the Reincarnation Venerable's territory. This time, Yi Xian was going to enter the enemy's camp to kill. Among the spoils of war just now, he had obtained a map. There was a teleportation point somewhere in the north of Tianluo City that could teleport him to the edge of the camp. This place was called Xianxia City and the teleportation point was near Xianxia City. However, there was a fee to use this teleportation point. Immediately, Yi Xian started to hurry. Now that he had subdued the Skeletal King, he directly sent the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian to hunt heaven-reaching beasts to increase his strength and recover Unicorn's descent. At the same time, he could also increase the Elegy of Souls buff. In order to form a contract with the Skeletal King, he had spent 1 Devour point. Now, he only had 2 Devour points left. Therefore, he wanted to find a chance to increase his killing intent points to the upper limit. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to gather 9 Devour points and fuse 2 combat bloodlines? Xianxia City was quite a distance away from Tianluo City. However, Yi Xian was at the 6th tier of the Profound Death Realm. Using the Shadow Step and Agility buff, he only took a day to reach the city. In this day, Wei Zhentian, Ribbone and Old Tree killed many heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian's killing intent points increased by a large margin. However, the Elegy of Souls of the Skeletal King only increased the buff by 1/10,000th. 1/10,000th in a day, 1/10,000th in 10 days, and 100th in 100 days. Although the Elegy of Souls was a divine skill, it did not have much effect in the beginning. Moreover, the Elegy of Souls would change according to the level of the Skeletal King and Yi Xian. If the Skeletal King was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm, the buff would only be 1/10,000th in a day. Simply put, when one's level increased, one would have to kill stronger monsters. Fortunately, they were only killing heaven-reaching beasts today. If they were to meet some ignorant family or faction, the Elegy of Souls would be able to level up quickly. Chapter 1504. The Skeletal King was simply a heaven-defying monster. Yi Xian felt that even if he had to spend 3 Devour points on the contract, it was definitely worth it. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had already arrived at Spirit West City. The next step was to find the teleportation array and teleport to the edge of the camp. Let's go. Ribs, follow me on the streets. When Yi Xian entered Spirit West City, he used the Eye of the Void to summon the Skeletal King and Wei Zhentian back. A 2-meter-tall armored man holding a 3-meter-long heaven-shaking sword would attract a lot of attention as he walked on the streets. Of course, Yi Xian, who was walking in front of the Skeletal King, was the center of attention. A few sharp-eyed martial artists recognized it and exclaimed, "Damn, it's the rare Skeletal King. Who is that person? He actually tamed a Skeletal King." When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Skeletal King is a rare beast that is hard to come by in thousands of years. Its combat power is incomparably strong. I have never heard of a Skeletal King being tamed in history. That young man is only at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. What ability does he have to tame a 7th level Profound Death Realm Skeletal King? Shoo, look at his ostentatious appearance. He might have a great background. The elders of his family must have helped him tame it or sent it to protect him. Guard? Isn't that bald old man a guard? This Skeletal King seems to be able to evolve. As long as it can obtain the White Bone Gold Essence Jade, it is said that it can be upgraded to the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. What a joke. What is the White Bone Gold Essence Jade? It is a material used to forge 8th level divine weapons. That's right. Why is this Skeletal King different from the rumors? Its rock armor has such a luster. Could it have mutated once? It is said that a Skeletal King appeared thousands of years ago. It was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Death Realm. At that time, it caused a huge commotion. Many forces wanted to tame it. Even Samsara realm experts tried, but no one succeeded. That skeletal king could be said to kill wherever it went. Just mentioning its name would make people tremble in fear. In the end, no one knew why it disappeared. The people around them were really well informed. Along the way, Yi Xian heard a lot of interesting things. I didn't expect the skeleton king to be able to advance. Not bad. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If the skeletal monarch wanted to become a ghost dome great emperor, it could refine the white bone golden essence jade. At that time, the skeletal monarch would become even stronger. At the same time, the skeleton king mentioned by the passerby thousands of years ago was actually the rib that Yi Xian had just subdued. However, since rib bones had become Wei Zhentian's underling, his cultivation level had dropped to the 7th level of the profound death stage. Therefore, no one would associate him with the skeleton king from several thousand years ago. Under the fearful gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian arrived in front of the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's mansion saw this, they almost peed in their pants. Damn, it was actually the skeleton king. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The 7th level profound death stage guard captain greeted him and asked in shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at the skeleton king. When the skeleton king glared at him with its ghastly eyes, the guard captain was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look at him again. I want to use the teleportation array. Please inform me. Yi Xian replied directly. Okay, I'll inform the head steward. The guard captain nodded. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. He was at the 7th level of the profound death stage while Yi Xian was at the 6th level of the profound death stage. However, Yi Xian, who had a 7th level profound death stage skeleton king and an 8th level profound death stage elder protecting him, definitely had a great background. He couldn't handle such a lineup. Behind Yi Xian, there were many people who came to watch the show and worshipped the skeleton king. When they heard that Yi Xian wanted to use the teleportation array, they immediately understood that he was going to the north to train. What an unfortunate timing. The teleportation array was destroyed a few days ago. I heard that it's still under repair. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a few more days. That's right. Some time ago, a peak profound death stage expert snuck in and destroyed the teleportation array before leaving. The city lord was so angry that he blew his beard. It must be someone from the north. The surrounding crowd whispered again. However, Yi Xian heard them. What? The teleportation array was destroyed and it's still under repair? Yi Xian was a little helpless. Such a good thing happened to him. Did he have to travel by himself? Although his speed was fast, it would take him at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. It was too wasteful. Soon, an old man at the 8th level of the profound death stage walked out. When he heard about the skeleton king, he didn't believe it. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. Sir, this old man is the head steward of the city lord's mansion. I heard that you want to use the teleportation array? The elder asked. That's right. However, I also heard that the teleportation array was destroyed. I wonder how long it will take to repair it? Yi Xian nodded and replied. The elder paused and continued, the array experts in my city lord's mansion are already repairing it. It will take 2 days. If you want to use the teleportation array, you can stay in the city lord's mansion first. Thank you for your kindness. However, I'll come back in 2 days. Yi Xian directly refused. It was too wasteful to let him stay in the city lord's mansion for 2 days. He had to make use of these 2 days. The old man didn't try to persuade him to stay. He just watched Yi Xian leave, but his gaze was more focused on the skeleton king. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He quickly turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. This skeleton king, could it be? The elder thought of a terrifying possibility and directly found the city lord of Spirit West City. Head steward, why are you in such a hurry? The city lord of Spirit West City was dealing with some matters. When he saw the anxious expression on the head steward's face, he could not help but ask. City lord, a person came from outside and wanted to use the teleportation array. The head steward said, Isn't the teleportation array being repaired? Why do you have to report this to me? The city lord of Spirit West City was very surprised. He had to deal with many things every day. If such a small matter had to be reported to him, he would be annoyed to death. No, City Lord. The most important thing is that behind that person, there is a 7th-level profound Death Realm Skeleton King. The head steward of the City Lord's mansion told the City Lord the truth. What? Skeleton King? The City Lord of Spirit West City was shocked. The Skeleton King was a rare heaven-connecting beast with outstanding combat strength. A few thousand years ago, there was a Skeleton King. Even a Samsara Realm expert could not do anything to it. Not only that, the Skeleton King had even killed a Samsara Realm expert. Chapter 1505. One had to know that the Xianxia family's ancestor was at the Samsara Realm. Even such an expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound Death Realm. It could be seen how powerful the Skeletal King was. Moreover, more than one Samsara Realm expert had died in the hands of the Skeletal King. Where did that person come from? Has the Skeletal King been subdued? The Spirit West City Lord asked again. That person is only at the 6th tier of the profound Death Realm. However, he has an 8th tier profound Death Realm guard. I don't know where he came from. As for the Skeletal King, in my opinion, it should have been subdued by that person. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward replied. Regardless of whether it has been subdued or not, send someone to follow him and investigate his identity. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he prepared to send experts to follow him. But at this time, the city governor's mansion's chief steward suddenly took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and handed it to the city governor of Xianxia City. He said, "City Governor, I found that the Skeleton King just now is a little similar to the one in the portrait." The Spirit West City Lord was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the portrait and found that it was the Skeletal King that had killed the Xianxia family's ancestor. In other words, it was the one from thousands of years ago. Now, the City Lord Mansion's chief steward said that the one he saw was very similar to the one in the portrait. How was this possible? Could it be that you saw wrongly? Back then, the Skeletal King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound Death Realm. However, this one is only at the 7th tier of the profound Death Realm. The Spirit West City Lord said doubtfully. The Skeletal King was not an ordinary creature. After thousands of years, it was impossible for its strength to not increase. It was possible that it was at the Samsara Realm. 7th tier of the profound Death Realm? Impossible. I might have seen wrongly. The City Lord Mansion's chief steward kept the portrait. You can go about your business. After the Spirit West City Lord finished speaking, he left directly. Then, he sent 3 experts to follow Yi Xian. He wanted to investigate Yi Xian's background first. If Yi Xian had a background, then he would plan again. If Yi Xian had no background and was just a wild crane, then he would kill Yi Xian and capture the Skeletal Monarch. The 3 experts from the City Lord's mansion who were sent to tail Yi Xian were all 9th-level profound death stage experts. In their opinion, it would not be a problem to capture Yi Xian, let alone tail him. At this time, Yi Xian was strolling around Spirit West City with Luo Luo and the others. Although he wanted to go out and kill monsters to level up, he wasn't in such a hurry. However, after strolling around for a while, he discovered that something was amiss. There were 3 9th-layer profound death stage experts following him. Are they here for the Skeleton King? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. There weren't many forces in the Spirit West City that could send out 3 9th-stage profound Death Realm experts at once. The most likely candidate was the City Lord's mansion. Since that was the case, Yi Xian ended his leisure time early and sent Luo Luo back to the planting space. Then he brought Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Rib out of the city. The reason why he brought the Skeletal Monarch around wasn't to show off, but to carry out a baiting plan. What was a baiting plan? It was to use the Skeletal Monarch as bait to lure those who had ulterior motives. The Skeletal Monarch was only at the 7th level of the profound Death Realm. There would definitely be 8th or 9th level profound Death Realm experts who had designs on it. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked these kinds of people the most. These people would often come to give him benefits. They were like living lay phone. Therefore, he left the city this time to lure them out. I still need to use the teleportation formation of the city lord's mansion. It's not good to start a massacre. However, if they really provoke me, I'll kill them all, Yi Xian thought to himself. The teleportation formation wasn't important because it would be fine as long as he showed mercy to those formation experts. Moreover, as long as he broke through, the travel time would be greatly reduced. Half a month might even be reduced to 3 days. When the 3 9th level profound Death Realm experts who were tailing Yi Xian saw Yi Xian leaving the city, they concealed their auras and followed him. After following Yi Xian for more than half an hour, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 3 of you, you've been following me for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Yi Xian stopped and said without turning around. His voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of the 3 tailing him. The 3 of them were shocked because Yi Xian hadn't turned around to check since he left the city. Moreover, they were following him outside the range of the 8th level profound Death Realm expert's spiritual awareness. How did Yi Xian discover them? You're quite capable indeed. The middle-aged man in the lead couldn't help but say. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and faced them. He pretended not to know anything and asked, "What's the matter?" "We're from the Spirit West City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord would like to invite you over for a gathering," the middle-aged man in the lead said. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Xian directly replied, "Oh, what if I don't go?" "If you don't go, then we can only offend you." The middle-aged man deliberately released a wave of pressure. He reckoned that Yi Xian would definitely compromise after seeing their cultivation level. After all, they were 3 9th level profound Death Realm experts. Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of the profound Death Realm. He only had an 8th level profound Death Realm guard and a 7th level profound Death Realm skeleton monarch. No matter how strong the skeleton monarch was, it couldn't fight against 9th level profound Death Realm experts, right? Since that's the case, I'll say this first. If you dare to attack me, you'll be in danger of dying. Yi Xian reminded them like a good old man. When these words came out, the 3 experts couldn't help but laugh while holding their stomachs. Danger of dying? How humorous. I've heard about the skeleton monarch for a long time. Today, I'm here to see if the skeleton monarch is as strong as the rumors say. After the middle-aged man in the lead finished speaking, he walked out alone. It seemed like he was prepared to fight Yi Xian and the other 2 experts alone. Sigh, ignorant people. Seeing this, Yi Xian subconsciously shook his head. Since the other party wanted to fight the 3 of them alone, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. If that's the case, then let's fight, Yi Xian said coldly. When his voice fell, the middle-aged man in the lead also stomped his feet and rushed towards Yi Xian like a cheetah. Almost at the same time, the skeleton monarch's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Then, it rushed out in large strides. The sky-shaking sword in its hand danced, and a slash that contained profound death chi broke through the air. Qilin's deterrence doubled all of his attributes. When combined with Megatron, it doubled all of his attributes again. At this moment, the skeleton monarch could unleash 3 times its combat strength. Originally, it could challenge those of a higher level. Although its cultivation level had dropped, its strength had actually increased. This was because it was too weak when it was at the 7th level of the profound Death Realm. This sword chi shocked the middle-aged man in the lead. Chapter 1506. Boom! The 2 energies collided and a shockwave swept out. This time, the 2 were evenly matched. The middle-aged man and the 2 people behind him were shocked. After all, this was a challenge that was 2 levels higher. Again! The middle-aged man was unwilling to give up and swung his sword again. But this time, the skeletal king suddenly sped up and dodged the sword. Then, it quickly approached the middle-aged man. The skeletal king's strongest point was not its attack, but its defense. Back then, even a Samsara realm expert could not break its armor. Now that all its attributes had been doubled, even a 9th level profound Death Realm expert would not be able to break it. Therefore, it was best at close combat. While the middle-aged man was stunned, the skeletal king approached him. He knew that he could not fight the skeletal king in close combat, so he quickly swung his sword and jumped away. But at this moment, boom! The skeletal king did not block or dodge. It took the sword head-on and was unscathed. Of course, this was just a casual attack from the middle-aged man. Its power was weaker than before, so it was natural that it could not break the skeletal king's defense. "I'll let you see the power of my ribs." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the skeletal king's big hand suddenly stretched out like a claw. Grip of the underworld. A strong suction force enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his heart to tremble. Before he could react, his whole body flew toward the skeletal king. "So strong I can't break away." The middle-aged man was shocked as he watched himself getting closer and closer to the skeletal king. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically, and they directly attacked the skeletal king. However, they were still a step too late. The skeletal king's sword in its right hand suddenly swept out and directly slashed at the middle-aged man who was flying toward it. With a clang, the middle-aged man's weapon was cut in half. Then there was a crisp sound. Rip. The middle-aged man's head was thrown up, and his face was filled with shock. He would never have thought that he would be killed by the skeletal king in less than 2 seconds. Was this the strength of the skeletal king? If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so careless and challenged the skeleton king alone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, heard the sound of a system notification in his mind, and his killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, Soul of Elegy's buff had also increased by quite a bit. Although it wasn't much, it was a godly skill that could stack permanently. The more Yi Xian watched the skeletal monarch kill a 9th-level profound death realm expert, the more he watched, the more satisfied he was. This underling of Wei Zhentian seemed to be much stronger than Wei Zhentian. How terrifying. This old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Old Tree, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. The ones who were the most shocked were none other than the 2 9th-level profound death stage martial artists. The middle-aged man leading the group was stronger than them. However, he had been instantly killed. They even suspected that they were dreaming. "Damn it, go and capture that brat," one of the martial artists said to his companion before charging towards the skeletal monarch. However, he was too naive. He had thought that Old Tree was just an ordinary 8th-level profound death realm expert. "Haha, watch this old man take action." Old Tree laughed and immediately unleashed Remnant Flame. Boom! His opponent couldn't react in time and was sent flying with a punch. Fortunately, his profound life chi was vigorous and he instantly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the other person was already fighting with the skeletal monarch. However, this person's body technique was extremely powerful. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had already used its grip of hell, so it couldn't do anything to him. Yi Xian stood on the spot and watched the battle between the 4 of them. An unprecedented confidence rose in his heart. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, and Rip Bone. With these 3 undying generals around, he didn't even have a chance to attack. However, this wasn't the true strength of the skeletal monarch. "Come, army of the dead." Yi Xian gave the order to the skeletal monarch in his heart. In the next moment, the skeletal monarch's ghostly eyes flickered twice, and the enhancement of the elegy of souls decreased. Poof! The headless corpse on the ground suddenly trembled. Did it come back to life? This gave the skeletal monarch's opponent a shock. Before he could react, the headless corpse suddenly got up and charged towards him with a sword. Damn it, it really came back to life. This person was scared half to death. How could a headless person get up and fight? If it was a 2-headed blazing hound, it would still be able to survive even if it lost one of its heads. However, it was a human in front of him. Most importantly, the strength of this dead person didn't decrease at all. At that moment, it became a 2-on-1 situation. The army of the dead really consumed a lot of energy. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The death of the middle-aged man had increased the enhancement of the elegy of souls by a lot. However, resurrecting him had consumed more souls than what was gained, and by a lot. Yi Xian estimated that he would need to kill at least 2 or 3 people of the same level to resurrect a corpse. Moreover, the resurrection of the dead had a time limit. It was really a bottomless pit. Fortunately, this skill could be used without limit as long as one had a soul. There was no cooldown time, and it could still be used at critical moments. With the addition of the middle-aged man's corpse, the skeletal monarch's opponent was immediately defeated. He was killed by the skeletal monarch in just 3 rounds. On the other side, the 8th tier profound death stage expert Old Tree also finished off his opponent in 2 seconds. Now, all 3 9th tier profound death stage experts had fallen. From the beginning until now, the battle had only lasted 5 seconds. This was Yi Xian's current strength. Yi Xian's current strength could only be described as terrifying. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent and the soul pond of the Elegy of Souls had increased by a lot. He immediately used the strength of all creations to pick up the 3 yin and yang rings. There were many things inside, but it was not enough for Yi Xian to break through. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Old Tree caught his gaze from afar. Through his understanding of Yi Xian, he immediately understood what Yi Xian was going to do next. "Young master, are you going to do something big?" Old Tree raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Although he looked amiable now, the battle intent in his body had already soared to the limit. "Yes, since the Spirit West City Lord has invited us as guests, let's go take a look." Yi Xian nodded. Then his eyes flickered. He broke through the void and returned to Spirit West City. Moreover, he was directly in front of the Spirit West City Lord Mansion. Chapter 1507. When he saw Yi Xian and the other 2 emerge from the void door, the guard captain was shocked. What kind of technique is this? Why did they suddenly appear? Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately threw the 3 corpses over and said, "Call your city lord out." When the guard captain and the others saw the 3 corpses, they were so frightened that they nearly peed their pants. Weren't these 3 corpses the consecrators of the City Lord Mansion? These 3 corpses were all at the 9th level of the profound death realm. The guard captain was scared out of his wits. He immediately turned around and rushed into the City Lord Mansion. The entire City Lord Mansion would be shaken very soon. This time, Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity to raise his killing intent to the upper limit. As expected, half a minute after the guard captain rushed into the City Lord Mansion, many people jumped out. Most of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the profound death realm. One of the 9th level profound death realm experts was the City Lord of Lingxi City, Shimin Yi, who had sent 3 people to tail Yi Xian. 3 consecrators. Shimin Yi glanced at the 3 corpses at the entrance of the City Lord Mansion and his heart trembled. Every 9th level profound death realm consecrator was the foundation of the Shimin clan. Now that 3 of them had died, Shimin Yi was extremely heartbroken. You killed them?" Shimin Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and shouted angrily. "That's right." Yi Xian nodded and said, "City Lord Shimin, didn't you invite me here? I merely rejected your invitation. These 3 people wanted to capture me and bring me to your City Lord Mansion. Of course, I warned them beforehand that they would die if they attacked me." Shimin Yi was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Now that the other party had come to him, he would make Yi Xian pay the price. "Go, capture him!" Shimin Yi shouted angrily. In an instant, many experts swooped down. Since the 3 9th level profound death realm consecrators were dead, the others did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. 15 8th level profound death stage experts and 6 9th level profound death stage experts. This was more than enough to deal with a Samsara stage expert. Despite being besieged by so many experts, Yi Xian's expression remained calm. He stretched his muscles and took out the scarlet flame sword. A feast of slaughter. In an instant, the skeletal monarch charged out with its heaven-shaking greatsword and activated a skill. Undying Fighting Soul. Activating the Undying Battle Soul, the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian's attributes doubled. Old Tree immediately appeared. His mission was to quickly kill the 8th level profound death realm martial artist. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't stay idle this time either. Being at the 6th level of the profound death stage, it would be easy for him to deal with someone at the 8th level of the profound death stage. As long as the Feast of Slaughter was increased, killing a 9th-level Profound Death Stage expert would be as easy as killing a chicken. In just the first wave of attacks, the Skeletal King had used the eruption of its undying fighting soul to swiftly kill a 9th-level Profound Death Realm expert. The Feast of Slaughter's buff increased by 20%. Dark Night Sky Curtain. As the sky darkened, he entered the darkness. Yi Xian had the assassination effect, which increased his movement speed and attack power. Coupled with the Skeletal Monarch's Evil Descent passive effect, his movement speed increased again. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. No one noticed Yi Xian, who had entered the darkness. He flashed behind an 8th-level Profound Death Stage expert and slashed out with his sword. Rip. A head was tossed aside and instantly burned to ashes by the endless flames. When the Spirit West City Lord saw that his side had lost a 9th-level Profound Death Stage expert in the first wave of attacks, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva in fear. He then quickly used a special method to send a message to the Ximen clan's old ancestor. Did he send a message? Yi Xian noticed his actions and immediately placed a death hunt command on him. He then quietly flashed behind the Ximen clan's old ancestor. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. This sword was like a hot knife through butter. The Spirit West City Lord was at the back. He didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear behind him and launch a sneak attack. In an instant, the Spirit West City Lord's head was chopped off. As for the Qian Kuan ring, it fell into the hands of Yi Xian. A city lord would definitely have many good items in his Qian Kuan ring. Yi Xian checked it and revealed a satisfied smile. The items in this Qian Kuan ring were enough for him to break through to the 7th level of Profound Death Stage. However, he didn't directly consume them all. Instead, he chose to consume them selectively. This was because he planned to reach the upper limit of his killing intent points and use them to exchange for Devourer points. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 8th level of Profound Death Stage. Ding. Skeletal Monarch has broken through. Currently at 8th level of Profound Death Stage. 2 system notifications rang. 2 warlords had broken through. Yi Xian was also on the verge of breaking through. Just nice. After breaking through, the combined strength of the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Zhentian increased by several times. No one could withstand a single strike from them. The group of experts was instantly killed. The Killing Feast's amplification continued to increase. It directly broke through the threshold of 1 time and reached 5 times. The commotion was so great that it had spread throughout the entire City Lord mansion. The 2 old ancestors of the Ximen family heard the commotion and quickly rushed out. Stop! One of the old ancestors of the Ximen family roared at the sky, trying to stop Yi Xian. A Samsara stage expert, Yi Xian looked at the figure in the sky and couldn't help but smile. Thousands of years ago, the Ximen family tried to subdue the Skeletal Monarch. Not only did a large number of experts fall, but even the only Samsara stage expert of the Ximen family was killed by the Skeletal Monarch. Unexpectedly, after thousands of years, the Ximen family didn't decline because of this. Instead, they produced 2 Samsara stage experts. This was considered good. It was a pity that they were going to fall today. Before the 2 old ancestors arrived, the Skeletal Monarch, who had broken through, had joined forces with the old tree to kill everyone. When the 2 Samsara stage old ancestors saw the Skeletal Monarch, their bodies trembled subconsciously. Skeletal Monarch? The 2 old ancestors widened their eyes in shock. They naturally knew about the battle back then. It was because the Skeletal Monarch killed the Samsara stage old ancestor that they obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Fortunately, they didn't disappoint and both of them broke through to the Samsara stage. That was why the Ximen family didn't decline and became even more prosperous. At this moment, the Skeletal Monarch suddenly roared furiously. Its roar was strong and powerful. When one of the Samsara stage experts heard it, he was shocked again. It's you? He recognized it. He recognized the Skeleton King because he had also participated in that battle back then. However, he was only at the 9th level of the Profound Death Stage back then. When the other old ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he reacted. Impossible, the skeletal monarch has been missing for thousands of years. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound death stage. Chapter 1508. Back then, the Skeleton King was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. With its powerful strength, it had killed a large number of profound death realm experts and a few Samsara realm experts before disappearing. The Skeleton King in front of them was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. How could it be the one from thousands of years ago? No, I won't be mistaken. I saw it kill my father with my own eyes. I will never forget that cry. The young Samsara realm expert said firmly. If this is the case, then this time, is the Skeleton King here to seek revenge? Before the other person could speak, Xian said with a smile, "You're right. It's the Skeleton King from thousands of years ago. It's just taking a nap." Hearing Xian's words, the two of them narrowed their eyes. "Humph, it doesn't matter. How dare you kill so many experts from the City Lord Mansion? Today, you'll be buried with them." The young man snorted and pounced toward Xian. As for the other middle-aged man, he also directly attacked. The Skeleton King that had killed a few Samsara realm experts was at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Now, it was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. What was there to be afraid of? After all, they were two people working together. Today, he was going to avenge his ancestors. However, they had underestimated the strength of Xian and the other two. "Little Tian, Rib Bone, the two of you deal with one. Old Tree and I will work together." Xian immediately gave the order. Although the Killing Feast's amplification had doubled, he was only at the 6th tier of the profound death realm. If he did not make a breakthrough, he might not be able to fight against a Samsara realm expert even if he worked together with Old Tree. Therefore, he still needed help. Army of the Dead. With the souls that he had collected earlier, Xian made the Skeleton King revive two 9th-tier profound death realm experts to join the battle. What? The young man was shocked. How could a dead person come back to life? However, he could not care less. On the other side, the Skeleton King that had activated its undying fighting soul was already fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 With 3 times amplification, the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian could unleash 4 times their combat strength. In their first clash, they were not at a disadvantage. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy, although he wanted to kill the Skeleton King to avenge his ancestors. He had to admit that the Skeleton King was terrifyingly strong. Although this strength was weaker than it was thousands of years ago, in comparison, the strength of the Skeletal King had increased. After all, it was only at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. The key was that the Skeleton King was very violent in battle and did not defend at all. His attack could indeed break through the Skeleton King's defense, but in the blink of an eye, the Skeleton King's injuries were healed. The Skeletal King's armor was also a part of his body, and with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, he could recover it in the blink of an eye. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This middle-aged man reckoned that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Skeleton King, so he could only hope that the youth on the other side would quickly deal with Xian and the others, then join forces with him to kill the Skeleton King. "Ribs, I allow you to use that move." Xian transmitted his voice to the Skeleton King. The move he was referring to was the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian's combined ultimate move, Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash. The Skeleton King could not hold it in any longer. However, it was not the best time yet. After all, this move could only be used once. It would be a tragedy if it missed. Xian was joining forces with the Old Tree and the other 2 battle corpses to attack the young great ancestor. They were evenly matched in a 4-on-1 situation. Xian had just used Bladestorm and Unicorn's Descent. The former was still on cooldown, while the latter was only at 30%. Hence, they could not be used. In this situation, they could only rely on the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. The Slaughter Feast's amplification effect was about to end. If they lost, Xian would have to leave temporarily. Xian would wait anyway. The Skeleton King was now at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. He had killed countless experts thousands of years ago. This meant that his combat awareness was still good. Right now, he was waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, his ghostly eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the middle-aged man. Body fusion technique, sky-shattering flowing rock slash. As the Skeleton King waved his hands, a dark gray sword chi broke through the air. After feeling this powerful slash, the middle-aged man subconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, he did not have the ability to dodge this slash. Rip! The middle-aged man was instantly cut in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, he was petrified and fell from the sky. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian heard the system notification from afar. His killing intent skyrocketed. A Samsara realm expert was killed in an instant. Moreover, the wound was not a vital point. It was only at the waist. Unfortunately, the sky-shattering flowing rock slash did not rely on cutting. Instead, it relied on petrification. The middle-aged man's organs were all petrified. The mysterious life chi could not restore them at all. Hence, he died naturally. This scene shocked everyone. It is indeed powerful. It killed a Samsara realm expert in an instant. Awesome! Yi Xian praised in his heart. Then, the Skeleton King returned with the dead man's interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Now, it was 5 against 1. Even if the Skeleton King did not use the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, he could still exhaust the Samsara realm expert to death. Now that he had joined the battle with Yi Xian, the middle-aged man would be killed in less than 10 rounds. Damn it, how is this possible? The young man still could not believe his eyes. The middle-aged man, who was stronger than him, had been killed in an instant. This was too unreal. The middle-aged man was a Samsara realm expert. However, the gap between the Profound Death realm and the Samsara realm was not as big as the gap between the Profound Life realm and the Profound Death realm. After all, there was a new type of energy, which was the Profound Death chi, in order to advance from the Profound Life realm to the Profound Death realm. However, advancing from the Profound Death realm to the Samsara realm only gave one the ability to reincarnate on their own. The benefits of advancing one's cultivation level were not as great as one would expect. The young man's face grew darker as he fought. He was thinking of a way to escape. However, under the siege of 5 people, he could not fight back at all. Just as he turned around, Old Tree appeared in a flash and gave him a punch. Escape? Impossible. Ah, I will fight it out with all of you. The young man suddenly went berserk and roared at the sky. The Profound Life chi and Profound Death chi in his body surged and gathered in his hand. It was a ball of light. Half of it was black and half of it was white. Then, the young man threw the black and white ball of light in his hand at Yi Xian. This is the reincarnation attack? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The reincarnation attack was an energy formed by mixing the Profound Life chi and Profound Death chi. It could only be formed when one reached the Samsara realm. Chapter 1509. Simply put, the young man wanted to perish together with Yi Xian. As long as the Samsara attack injured Yi Xian would probably have to reincarnate. Although Yi Xian still had a clone in the Blood Rock continent, he did not want to be injured by the Samsara attack. It was best to be careful. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian flashed behind the young man and slashed down with his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. The young man's Samsara attack missed. Not only that, but he also lost sight of Yi Xian, which stunned him. In the next moment he felt a burning sensation on his back. Then the Old Tree and Skeleton King quickly followed. Waning Flame. The Old Tree and Skeleton King attacked together. Although the young man blocked the Old Tree's fire fist, his head was chopped off by the Skeleton King. Another Samsara realm expert had fallen. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased once again. The Skeleton King's soul of dirge had also increased by a lot. Now it was almost 1%. Now that the 2 Samsara realm ancestors of the Shimin family had fallen, there was no need to fear the rest. Act according to the plan. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree. The plan was to kill all the 8th level Profound Death realm experts of the Shimin family and above. Although some of them were innocent, they were in the Shimin family. If Yi Xian was not strong enough this time, he would definitely die. Once he fell into their hands, Yi Xian's fate would not be as simple as death. He might not even be able to die. If the two ancestors had not appeared, these people would have surrounded them. Therefore, they could not let a single one of them go. Survival of the fittest was just that cruel. When the remaining people saw that the two Samsara realm ancestors had died, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. Yi Xian, the old tree, Wei Zhentian, the skeletal monarch, and the two battle corpses intercepted and killed him. The Shimin clan was not weak at all. After the death of the two Samsara stage-old ancestors, there were still close to 10 9th-level profound death stage experts who had died. More than 48th-level profound death stage experts had died as well. Their combined wealth was enormous, but Yi Xian resisted the urge to devour them because he still needed to raise his killing intent to the upper limit and then exchange it for devour points. Since all the experts at or above the 8th level of the profound death stage had fallen, Yi Xian's attention was now on the experts at the 7th level of the profound death stage. However, this time, they would only rob and not kill, unless someone was stupid enough to resist or speak rudely. Soon, the entire Shimin clan was plundered. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's killing intent was not enough. Just a little more, Yi Xian felt very helpless. Could it be that he had to go out and kill some heavenly-reaching beasts? At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. After the City Lord mansion was finished, there was still the Shimin clan's properties. Immediately, he left the City Lord mansion and split up. When the Shimin clan saw that the murderous god had left, they heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left the City Lord mansion. Thousands of years ago, the Shimin clan had made a failed decision to try and subdue the Skeletal King. If not for that, why would the Skeletal King come for them? Soon, Yi Xian had browsed through all the properties of the Shimin clan. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for devour points? Yi Xian replied in his mind. Ding! Killing intent cleared to 0. Host has obtained 1 devour point. Now, Yi Xian had 3 devour points. Now that the killing intent had been exchanged, the next step was to break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 7th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 8th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the Samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 9th level of the profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 1st level of the Samsara realm. This breakthrough was a huge leap forward. Yi Xian had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage. The old tree and the other two had broken through the shackles and reached the Samsara realm. Previously, the Skeletal King was only at the peak of 9th level of the profound death stage. After following Yi Xian for a few days, he had broken through the shackles and reached the Samsara realm. At this moment, the Skeletal King could not help but sigh in his heart. He had definitely followed the right master. Now Yi Xian and the other two's strength had improved tremendously. They were now qualified to look for the Death Abyss Overlord, Xianxia. So what if he was at 3rd level of the Samsara realm and the Overlord of the Profound Death battlefield? Just you wait. I will find you very soon and trample you to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he had broken through, the unicorn's descent and sky-shattering flowing rock slash were still on cooldown. The former was at 60% while the latter was at 70%. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to restore these two skills first. Then, he returned to the City Lord's mansion and found the teleportation array. However, there was no one around the teleportation array. The people who repaired the teleportation array should be dead. Yi Xian was a little helpless. At 6th level of the profound death stage, he would need at least half a month to reach the edge of the camp. However, Since he had broken through to 8th level of the profound death stage, it would only take him 2 to 3 days. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The teleportation array is damaged at 30%. Repair it? The system notification shocked Xianxia. He did not expect it to be able to repair the teleportation array. Not bad, not bad. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at it. The amount of energy required to repair the teleportation array was still acceptable to Xianxia. As for the repair time, it would only take half a day. It only takes half a day? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He felt that it was possible to buy it. He estimated that it would take him 2 to 3 days to get there. However, if he reached the edge of the camp first and entered the northern camp, he would be able to kill his enemies and obtain battle merits. This was definitely better than traveling by himself. Begin the repair. Xianxia immediately made up his mind. Then, the teleportation array began to repair itself. Xianxia could afford to wait for half a day. However, while he was waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired, a few people suddenly appeared. Previously, when he was killing, no one dared to come close. Almost everyone in the city lord's mansion had left. Now, there was suddenly a person who dashed over. He was quite bold. City lord, this is bad. An enemy has infiltrated Xianxia city and killed people. Chapter 1510. City lord? Xianxia raised his brows when he heard the name. When did he become the city lord? He guessed that the other party thought that he was going to take over the city lord mansion, so he had eliminated the Ximen clan. What enemy? Xianxia did not care about the name and asked directly. It seems to be the people who infiltrated Xianxia city and destroyed the teleportation array a few days ago. They also caused a ruckus last time. However, it seems that a Samsara realm expert has arrived this time. The person said, Samsara realm? Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. This was truly a clash of words. Because he had just broken through to the 8th level of the profound death realm, the 3 generals under him were all at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. He wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd level Samsara realm expert. It could be said that he was almost invincible in the profound death battlefield. Where are they? Xianxia immediately asked. I'm not sure. They seem to be massacring the city. The person shook his head. Massacring the city? Isn't that forbidden? Xianxia was stunned. Yes. If a Samsara realm expert massacred an ordinary person, a manager would step in to stop them. However, they only kill those at the 8th tier of the profound death realm and above. This is allowed. Xianxia understood when he heard this. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with them. However, he had killed all the experts from the Ximen clan. Therefore, he had to step in this matter. Otherwise, all the experts in Xianxia city would be wiped out. He immediately flew out of the city lord mansion and asked the old tree and the skeleton king to split up and look for those people. Rumble! Xianxia quickly rushed over when he heard the sounds of battle coming from a certain place in Xianxia city. These enemies should be from the northern camp, which meant that they were on Qi Xuanyue's side. These people were in groups of 2 or 3. Some were at the 8th tier of the profound death realm while others were at the 9th tier of the profound death realm. In any case, the rules did not allow one to kill those 3 levels lower than oneself. Xianxia was at the 8th tier of the profound death realm. Killing those who had not reached the Samsara realm was as easy as killing chickens. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Even if Xianxia did not make a move, his killing intent value still increased. After all, the old tree and the others were also dealing with those people. Young master, there is a 1st-level Samsara realm cultivator here. The old tree suddenly transmitted its voice through the air. All right, I'll go now. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, the old tree interrupted him. Oh, I killed him with a sneak attack. Xianxia. At the same level, old tree was truly heaven-defying. He could instantly kill his opponent, and Xianxia did not even need to provide support. On the other side, the skeletal monarch, who was at the 1st level of the Samsara realm, had also clashed with another Samsara realm expert. In less than 3 seconds, the skeletal monarch had been killed. In terms of strength, the combination of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian was stronger than the old tree. However, in terms of sneak attacks, the old tree was definitely the best. It had only been a short while, but 2 Samsara realm experts had already fallen. It was a pity that only the old tree had a battle imprint. The skeletal monarch did not have one. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful aura. Second level Samsara realm? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, with his current cultivation level, what was a second level Samsara realm expert to him? He immediately asked the old tree, the skeletal monarch, and Wei Zhentian to gather. At this moment, this second level Samsara realm expert was heading towards the Spirit West City Governor's residence. It seemed like he wanted to fight with the Shimin family. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Shimin family experts were all dead. This second-level Samsara realm expert suddenly discovered the old tree and the skeletal monarch, and he paused in his tracks. The information he had received did not mention the old tree and the skeletal monarch, these 2 Samsara realm experts. Where did they come from? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree and the skeletal monarch charged over. This time, the old tree did not charge over first. Instead, he waited for the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian to arrive and launch their attacks before he made his move. Canyon. This second-level Samsara realm expert experienced being attacked from both sides. The skeletal monarch attacked from the front and the old tree launched a sneak attack from the back. What? This person was extremely shocked. He had heard about the skeletal monarch before. However, he was only at the peak of the 9th level Profound Death realm a few thousand years ago, so he did not dare to come over. Today, he did not expect to encounter a skeletal monarch that was even stronger than the skeletal monarch who had killed a Samsara realm expert a few thousand years ago. In his mind, a thought of retreating subconsciously appeared. However, if he wanted to leave, he had to deal with this attack first. However, the skeletal monarch's attack power was extraordinary. Even he, who was at the 2nd level Profound Death realm, could not withstand it. Clang. With a crisp sound, the weapon in the 2nd level Samsara realm expert's hand broke. Then, his waist was slashed by the skeletal monarch. However, this attack was not the sky-shattering flowing rock slash, so he did not die. At this moment, he could not be bothered to use the mysterious life chi to heal his injuries. This was because the old tree, who was not weak, was launching a sneak attack from behind. Bang! The old tree punched the 2nd level Samsara realm expert's back. The scorching flames burned his skin and flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. The first round of attacks was over. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the attacks of the skeletal monarch and the old tree even at his peak. Now that he was severely injured, it was even more impossible. No! The 2nd level Samsara realm expert roared at the sky. The mysterious life chi and mysterious death chi in his body quickly circulated. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the next moment, his head was chopped off by the skeletal monarch and he died instantly. Although the Samsara realm experts could reincarnate on their own, they could not just reincarnate as they wished. They had to be fully prepared. It was almost impossible to reincarnate in the middle of a battle. The ancestor of the Shimin family was helping a direct descendant with a poor aptitude to reincarnate. He had already condensed the reincarnation pearl but did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear. He was prepared to use the reincarnation pearl to perish together with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the death of the 2nd level Samsara realm expert, Yi Xian heard a system notification. The amplification of the Skeleton Emperor's Elegy of Souls had also increased by quite a bit. If it continued to increase, the Skeletal Monarch's amplification might double, triple, or even 10 times. The Elegy of Souls is too powerful. I should find some time to kill monsters and increase the amplification at a certain level, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was no limit to the amplification of the Elegy of Souls. As long as the skeletal monarch remained at the 1st level of the Samsara realm and continued to kill heaven-reaching beasts, the amplification would continue to increase. Furthermore, even if the skeletal monarch broke through to the second level of the Samsara realm, the amplification would not decrease. When Yi Xian subdued the skeletal monarch, he subconsciously glanced at it. The Elegy of Souls was actually worth 3 Devour points. This was the most valuable skill he had ever seen. Chapter 1511. Let's continue searching. Following which Yi Xian and the other two quickly left. After killing another Samsara realm expert, Spirit West City finally calmed down. Killing people from the same faction didn't give any battle merits. However, Yi Xian had killed 4 Samsara realm experts, and one of them was at the second level of the Samsara realm. This battle merit was quite a large amount of wealth. However, these battle merits could not be exchanged in Spirit West City. Furthermore, Yi Xian was about to rush to the Northern Territory. Hence, he could only keep them for now. The people in Spirit West City were fortunate that the Shiman clan had been destroyed. Otherwise, the 2 patriarchs of the Shiman clan would not have been able to stop these people. Half a day later. Ding! The teleportation array has been repaired. The system notification sounded. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately entered the teleportation array. Hua! The teleportation array began to operate and Yi Xian's surroundings began to change. He had destroyed the Shiman clan, but that did not mean that he wanted to be the city lord. The position of city lord of Spirit West City could be given to anyone who wanted it. Very soon, Yi Xian completed the teleportation array and landed in a cave. He brought the Skeleton King and Old Tree out and looked into the distance. As long as we cross that mountain range, we will be in the northern camp. At that time, everyone will be our enemy and we will become everyone's target, Yi Xian said slowly. That's good. We can kill to our heart's content. Old Tree rubbed his hands together. Of course, their target was the Abyss Lord of the Death Abyss, Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia was only a phantom and the will of death could not hurt Yi Xian. He wondered if the strongest person in the Death Abyss battlefield would be as powerful as the rumors said when they met the real person. Let's go! Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately led the 3 generals into the mountain range. This mountain range was the border between the northern and western camp. It could be said that people were coming and going. Yi Xian met some people from the same camp on the way. They were all entering the enemy's territory to kill their enemies and obtain battle merits. Of course, there were also some people from the northern camp, including those at the Profound Death Stage and Samsara Stage. Along the way, Yi Xian had killed 3 great Samsara Stage experts and over 10 9th-level Profound Death Stage experts. The Death's Abyss is the most dangerous place in the northern camp. Xianxia lives there and she has a lot of experts under her command, Yi Xian muttered as he held the map he had obtained from the second-level Samsara Stage experts Qian Kuan Ring. Young master, should we go directly or kill our way there? The old tree asked. Since we're already here, then there's no need to rush. Let's kill our way through. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Even though he was very powerful now, Xianxia was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Coupled with Azura's Eye and the experts under him, it would not be easy to deal with her. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to make another breakthrough before heading to the Death's Abyss. Then he would kill his way through the entire Death's Abyss and use this opportunity to break through to the Samsara Stage. If they traveled normally, they would reach the Death's Abyss in at most 7 days. There were many cities and factions along the way and they would be surrounded and attacked the moment they appeared. Yi Xian carefully looked at the map and decided on 3 routes. This time, he wanted to sweep through the entire northern camp. The 3 of them immediately split up. After all, they had the special positioning system of the Void and could break through the Void to arrive at the other side at any time. As the upper limit of the Xian Death battlefield was at the 3rd level of the Samsara Stage, the factions along the way were not very strong. The strongest was at most at the 2nd level of the Samsara Stage. This was nothing to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was wondering if he should reach the upper limit of killing intent when he was at the 8th level of the Profound Death Stage. With so many factions added together, it should be enough. At this thought, Yi Xian increased his speed. Half a day later, they arrived at the first city. Enemies at the 8th level of the Profound Death Stage. Before Yi Xian even entered the city, there were already people coming to their deaths. When these people saw that Yi Xian was only at the 8th level of the profound death stage, they immediately surrounded him. There were some at the 8th level of the profound death stage and some at the 9th level of the profound death stage. With Yi Xian's cultivation level, he could even kill samsara stage experts. These cultivators were not a threat to him at all. After dealing with the people outside the city, Yi Xian broke through the void and separated himself from the old tree and the skeletal king. He then brought them over. "Let's go and massacre the city." Yi Xian roared and directly brought the old tree, the skeletal king and Wei Zhentian into the city. It was very easy to identify people from the enemy camp. One could sense them as long as they were near. Even if they were far away, one could use the battle imprint between their eyebrows to identify them. The battle imprint of people from the enemy camp would be white. If they were from the enemy camp, it would be red. One could tell whether they were friend or foe at a glance. It's actually the skeletal king. How rare. This person is really bold. He actually dares to come in when he is merely at the 8th level of the profound death stage. That's right. Only the bald old man and the skeletal king are slightly stronger. However, the city lord is a 2nd level samsara stage expert. He should be able to kill them easily. Forget it. There are so many of us. Kill. Immediately, countless experts leaped into the sky and directly attacked Yi Xian and the other two. Even a 2nd level samsara stage expert would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. However, Yi Xian did not intend to block them. Kill anyone who is a threat. Yi Xian roared in his mind. The old tree and the other two received the order and quickly started the massacre. Although there were experts at the 2nd level of the samsara realm in this city, they had already killed people at this level. It wasn't much, so Yi Xian didn't even need to use the slaughter feast. Immediately, the sky above the city was filled with a bloody rain. Everyone who dared to leap into the sky was killed. Furthermore, they were all killed in one strike. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, and the skeletal king were all at the 1st level of the samsara stage. There was no need for the skeletal king and Wei Zhentian to merge to deal with these people. In just a few seconds, dozens of people were killed. Yi Xian was mainly responsible for collecting the interspatial rings. Yi Xian did not intend to devour these items as he wanted to reach the 8th level of the profound death stage. He was already at the peak of the 8th level of the profound death stage. If he devoured any more, he would break through and all his previous efforts would be wasted. 10 seconds later, there was no one in the sky except for Yi Xian and the other three. At the same time, several figures flew over from afar. All of them were at the samsara stage. Bastards, how dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. How dare you? It has been 10 years since anyone dared to massacre a city in Winterwind City. I'm going to tear you into pieces. These people were from the forces in Winterwind City. After they appeared, they immediately charged towards Yi Xian. Chapter 15:12. Kill. Yi Xian looked at them and shouted in a low voice. There were a total of 4 first-level samsara realm experts. Yi Xian dealt with one, Old Tree dealt with another, and Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian dealt with 2. These people were quite strong, and Yi Xian did not want to waste his skills. Therefore, he only delayed one of them. As for Old Tree, he killed one of them in 3 seconds and quickly went to support Yi Xian. Bang! Not many people could defend against Old Tree's sneak attack. Immediately, Yi Xian's opponent died a violent death. 2 of the 4 great samsara stage experts had died in an instant. However, before Old Shu could reinforce the Skeleton King, he had killed one of them himself. As for the last person, his expression changed drastically when he saw that the other 3 had died. He immediately turned around and left. Unfortunately, Old Shu had already flashed behind him, and as soon as he turned around, he was hit by a flaming fist from Old Shu. Bang! His chest was instantly melted. Old Tree's fist had turned his heart into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification rang out. The 4 samsara stage experts had all fallen. Yi Xian kept the last person's Jian Kuan ring. After which, he scanned his surroundings and realized that there were not many people left. Those who had yet to leave were the weaker cultivators. They were not afraid of Xian. After all, there were 3 managers constantly patrolling the Xian death battlefield. If Xian dared to attack them, he would definitely be killed by the managers. Let's continue. Xian, together with Old Tree and the other 2, continued their search. Anyone who was at the 8th level Xian Death Realm and above was their target. Killing an 8th level Xian Death Realm expert was worth 100,000 battle credits. Killing a 9th level Xian Death Realm expert was worth 300,000 battle credits. As for Samsara Realm experts, they were worth 1,000,000 battle credits each. By now, Xian and the others had accumulated more than 30 million battle credits. If they returned to their camp, they would be able to exchange for cultivation resources to break through to the peak of the 9th level Xian Death Realm. However, Xian was currently stuck in the realm. Even if they had so many resources, it would be useless. My killing intent value is less than 1/5. It seems that I still have to kill a lot more. Xian thought in his heart as he directly arrived in front of the Eastwind City's City Lord's mansion. Before he could even approach, he discovered a large number of profound death stage experts and a few samsara stage experts waiting in the air above the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord of Dongfeng City did not waste. Xian was an enemy from another camp, so it was useless to ask about his background. In the eyes of the City Lord of Winterwind, Xian was already a dead man. This battle probably wasn't that simple, so Xian had no choice but to start a feast of slaughter. Ribs, undying fighting soul. At the same time that the feast of slaughter began, Xian also gave the Skeleton King an order. The undying battle soul doubled the attributes of the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian. However, this did not mean that their battle strength would only double. This was because with their attributes doubled, they could kill martial artists of the same level as easily as killing chickens. A great battle broke out. In the eyes of this group of experts, the skeleton monarch was the greatest threat. Hence, Rib Bones was directly besieged. However, since all of his attributes had been tripled, his defense had reached the limit. Even a samsara stage expert wouldn't be able to break through his defense so easily. Furthermore, the skeletal monarch had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Even if he was injured, he would be able to recover immediately. After the skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian merged, there was only one word to describe them: invincible. In the first clash, the skeletal monarch used the grip of the underworld and split a samsara realm expert into 2 halves. Xian's amplification also increased by 20% in an instant. Waning flames. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Old Tree quickly killed the 9th tier profound death realm martial artists. Although the enhancement of these people was not as good as that of a samsara realm expert, it still accumulated. In the blink of an eye, it also increased by 20%. In addition to those killed by Xian himself, the enhancement had increased by 50%. The strength of Xian and the others had already shocked this group of people. However, the 3 of them had actually challenged this group of people. Had the world changed? Quickly asked the Patriarch to come out of seclusion. The Winterwind City Lord roared angrily. Immediately, a 9th tier profound death realm martial artist turned around and left. This time, Xian did not stop him and allowed him to leave. The Patriarch they were referring to should be a 2nd tier samsara realm expert. Xian had already killed people of this level. Even if he came, it would be fine. This battle was completely one-sided. Soon, Xian's enhancement doubled, while the other side had already lost half of their martial artists. An angry roar sounded from afar. Xian turned around and saw an old man rapidly rushing over. "Old Tree, stop him," Xian said in his mind. "All right." Old Tree quickly rushed towards the old man when he heard this. At this moment, there were only 2 first-tier samsara realm martial artists left in the City Lord's residence. As for the profound death realm martial artists, there were less than 10 of them and they had suffered heavy casualties. Killing intent eruption. Heaven's scorching sword technique. Before this ancestor came over, Xian wanted to kill everyone. That way it would be easier. Scram. The old man immediately roared when he saw old tree. A wave of profound death chi gushed out and shrouded the old tree. Waning flames. Old tree's agility was not something an ordinary person could compare to. He instantly dodged the attack and flashed behind the old man to punch him. Bang. The old man was not weak and was able to block the punch. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. This was because his sons were dying one after another and he was unable to help them. He could only snort in anger. On the other side, the skeletal king used his powerful strength to kill another Samsara realm martial artist. Now, there was only one person left. Ribs, I will deal with the rest. You go and help old tree. Yi Xian said directly. When the skeletal king heard this, the ghost fire in his eyes flickered and he charged towards the second-level Samsara realm martial artist. Yi Xian could deal with the remaining first-level Samsara realm martial artist. Brat, you're courting death. The last person also heard this because Yi Xian had shouted. This made him very angry. It was fine that the skeletal king was powerful, but how dare a mere 8th-level profound death realm brat speak so arrogantly? You're courting death. Immediately, this person charged towards Yi Xian. I'll kill you in an instant. Yi Xian snorted in his heart and immediately used the death hunt token to mark his opponent. Just as his opponent's attack was about to hit him, he suddenly used the assassin's eye. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind the other party. Chapter 1513. While this person was mocking Yi Xian for overestimating himself, Yi Xian flashed behind him. Eye of assassination. Killing intent explosion. Heaven incinerating sword technique. Yi Xian did not wait for him to react and slashed with his sword. Rip. A head flew into the air. Instant kill. Now, all the first-level Samsara realm experts in the city governor's mansion were dead. The remaining people were no threat to Yi Xian and were all killed by Yi Xian within a few seconds. In the distant battlefield, the old tree and the skeleton king had joined forces to suppress the enemy until they could not catch their breath. Back in Spirit West City, the second-level Samsara realm expert had been instantly killed because of his carelessness. Today, the old man in front of him was much stronger and had lasted for 5 seconds. However, he could not hold on for much longer because Yi Xian had already attacked. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. After the old tree, Yi Xian flashed behind the old man and slashed with his sword. The old man saw that the old tree was in front of him but had neglected Yi Xian. He was hit in the back by the sword and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was gloomy. He reckoned that he would probably die here today, but he was unwilling to give up. Therefore, he directly took out a black bird from his universe ring and threw it into the sky at the risk of being killed. The Lord of the Abyss will avenge me. The old man roared at the sky before he was killed by the skeleton king with a single slash. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased and the skeleton king's requiem of souls had also increased. After this battle, it had increased to 2%. If this happened a few more times, it would not be a problem for it to increase to 10%. Seeing that even the old city governor had died, the spectating cultivators in the distance were all scared away. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to chase after them, so he started to plunder the city lord's mansion. Although he was currently stuck in the middle of his cultivation level, he still needed natural treasures. As long as his killing intent value reached the upper limit, he might be able to directly cross the 9th level of the profound death stage and break through to the samsara stage. Then Yi Xian quickly left. That was just a death beak bird. It's probably a messenger to the Lord of the Abyss of Death, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this was of no use at all because by the time Xianxia found out about this, the other cities would have been plundered as well. After leaving Winterwind, Yi Xian simply broke through the void and traveled in 3 groups again. One day later, the old tree arrived at another city, which was as strong as Winterwind. So, Yi Xian broke through the void and came here again. Massacre the entire city. The entire operation took less than 10 minutes. After most of the experts in the city were dealt with, the combined battle merits of Yi Xian and Old Tree had exceeded 60 million. Half a day later, the Skeleton King also arrived at another city. What happened next was needless to say. At the same time, the news of these cities being attacked by experts spread rapidly. On the fourth day after Yi Xian entered the northern camp, a black bird flew into the distant abyss of death and finally landed on the shoulder of a woman in the depths of the abyss of death. This woman was Xianxia, whom Yi Xian had met that day. She was also the lord of the abyss of death and the strongest expert in the profound death battlefield. At this moment, she was sitting on a throne of bones, and the eerie white bones around her feet looked very frightening. After the black bird landed, it suddenly projected a scene of a battle. When Xianxia saw the scene of the battle, she trembled violently. "How dare you step into my territory? You're courting death." Xianxia widened her eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. When her eyes of death were defeated by the eyes of nature, she immediately sent experts to the Xianyu tomb. However, it was already empty at that time. She did not expect Yi Xian to walk right into her trap. At this moment, Xianxua's gaze landed on another figure. This Skeleton King has advanced to the first level of the Samsara realm. "This is unbelievable," Xianxia muttered to herself. She remembered that the Skeleton King was only at the 7th level of the profound death realm after being sealed for thousands of years. However, it had advanced to the Samsara realm in such a short period of time. This made her very surprised. Not only that, but the old tree, who was at the 8th level of the profound death realm, had also advanced to the 1st level of the Samsara realm. This kid has advanced from the 6th level of the profound death realm to the 8th level of the profound death realm. His advancement is a little too fast. Is the bald man and the Skeleton King's cultivation levels related to him? Xianxia could not help but wonder. However, she did not think too much about it. Why not just capture them? She waved her hand and a white bone suddenly formed. Then she quickly left. After a while, a burly man holding a bone knife walked out. When he saw Xianxia, he knelt down on one knee and said, "Overlord, what orders do you have?" "Go, send someone to capture these people and bring them to me." Xianxia threw the death-beak bird over. "Yes, Overlord." The burly man glanced at them and nodded. He then prepared to leave. "Wait, is there any news about the person I asked you to investigate?" Xianxia suddenly shouted. The person she wanted to investigate was her brother, Tianrui, who had reincarnated. "Not yet." The burly man shook his head. "You can leave now." Xianxia was used to this answer. Therefore, she was very calm. Thousands of years ago, her brother, Tianrui, was dissatisfied with his current situation and reincarnated. Then, she suddenly obtained the Eyes of Death. Her cultivation level rose to 3rd level Samsara realm and she became the overlord of the Xian death battlefield. Unfortunately, Tianrui was only 1st level Samsara realm at that time. He could not determine his reincarnation. Xianxia did not know whether he was alive or dead. Very quickly, another few days passed. Today was the 7th day since Yi Xian entered the North Camp. In these 7 days, he had slaughtered a total of 6 cities and killed all the experts in the 6 cities. His battle points had exceeded 100 million. Unfortunately, his killing intent value was still a little short of the upper limit. At this moment, he had arrived at the 7th city. If he could do it again, his killing intent value would reach the upper limit and he could then exchange it for Devourer points. Due to the high-profile massacre, the city had activated its defensive formation. However, this was not enough to stop him. "Old tree, Wei Zhentian, Ribgu, Luo, let's break the formation," Yi Xian said to the 4 people beside him. After a period of cultivation, Luo had finally reached 9th level profound death realm. She could finally join the battle. Chapter 15-14. Killing Intent Explosion. Burning Sky Sword Technique. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. Waning Flame. The combined attacks of the 5 of them created a deafening sound. However, the array had been reinforced and their combined attacks were not able to break it. They were quite capable. At the same time, the city lord also heard the commotion and immediately stood up from his chair in shock. He had heard that there were a few bandits roaming around their territory and they had massacred 6 cities in 7 days. They were extremely vicious. The most recent city that had been massacred was only a day's journey away. It seemed like it was their turn this time. City Lord, what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Defend with our lives. I have already sent a message and the City Lord will send reinforcements soon. However, as soon as the City Lord finished speaking, someone quickly came in and reported, City Lord, this is bad. The Great City Barrier Array has been broken. What? This news scared the City Lord to death. The Great City Barrier Array had been broken? What a joke! It had only been 3 seconds since he heard the commotion. How could the Great City Barrier Array have been broken so easily? It seemed like they were going to be in for a tragedy this time. Fortunately, their family had gathered their wealth and left with the family's geniuses. Even if they were destroyed, they could still make a comeback in the future. He immediately notified all the experts in the City Lord's mansion, and even the second-level Samsara stage old ancestor appeared to wait. Soon, the figures of Yi Xian and the rest appeared in front of them. They have actually gathered together. Just nice, I can catch all of them in one fell swoop. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. This had saved him a lot of trouble. 2 second-level Samsara stage experts, 8 first-level Samsara stage experts, and close to 100 8th and 9th level profound death stage experts. This was a huge amount of killing intent points. In addition, the Skeleton King's Elegy of Souls had also increased to 9%. After this battle, it would probably increase to 10%. Sir, can you give us a way out? After seeing Yi Xian, a second-level Samsara stage expert could not help but ask. This sentence made Yi Xian laugh. He and the other party were from the opposing camp, but the other party actually took the initiative to show weakness after seeing him. Your mountain city is also under the command of the Death Abyss Lord, right? Yi Xian asked curiously. That's right. Hearing this, the expert nodded his head and replied. He hoped that Yi Xian would let them off on account of the Death Abyss Lord. Who was the Death Abyss Overlord? She was the strongest expert in the Xian Death battlefield. Even the other 2 overlords didn't dare to challenge her. Her name still carried a lot of weight in the Xian Death battlefield. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the hatred between Yi Xian and Qi Xianyue. If you want to use the Death Abyss Lord to suppress me, I'm afraid you used the wrong move. Unfortunately, I have a deep grudge with this Qi Xianyue. Today's battle is unavoidable. Yi Xian coldly said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Could this be the name of the Lord of the Death Abyss? It had been thousands of years, but this was the first time they had heard the name of the Death Abyss Lord. However, how did Yi Xian know about it? However, now was not the time to think about this. This was because Yi Xian had said that he had a deep hatred for Qi Xianyue. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Since that's the case, let's fight. A second-level Samsara stage expert shouted in a low voice. There were 2 second-level Samsara stage experts in the cities that were previously massacred, but unfortunately, they were still destroyed by Yi Xian. Although the Skeleton King's sky-shattering meteor slash and Unicorn's descent had not recovered, Yi Xian's strength was astonishing. As long as there were no third-level Samsara stage experts, he was not afraid at all. Kill! Yi Xian did not intend to waste any more time and immediately charged out. Killing Feast. Undying Fighting Soul. A huge battle broke out. This place was relatively close to the Death Abyss, so Yi Xian had to end this battle quickly. This was the first time he had encountered so many enemies. Even a third-level Samsara stage expert would not be able to block their combined attacks. However, Yi Xian did not need to block them at all. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian immediately kept the Skeleton King and Luo Luo into the planting space. Then, he flashed behind a Samsara stage expert and released Luo Luo and the other 2. Rip. After appearing, Luo Luo instantly executed the 7th reincarnation flash and chopped off the Samsara stage expert's head. The amplification of Yi Xian's Feast of Slaughter also increased by 20%. On the other side, Old Tree used the blazing barrier to absorb a large number of attacks. Then he flashed into the crowd and exploded the blazing barrier. Boom. Although this explosion did not kill any Samsara stage experts, it killed more than 20 profound death stage experts. These people also increased Yixian's strength by 40%. The battle had just begun, but the City Lord Mansion had already lost so many people. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Die for me. The eyes of the two second-level Samsara stage old ancestors lit up. One charged towards the Skeleton King while the other charged towards Old Tree. As for Yi Xian and Luo Luo, they were surrounded by 7 first-level Samsara stage experts. If it was before, Yi Xian would not have dared to fight. However, Luo Luo had broken through to the 9th level profound death stage today. With her help, why would he not dare to fight? Facing 7 opponents who were 1 level higher than her, Luo Luo's eyes suddenly flashed. The vital energy in her body surged and formed an eye of enchantment above her head. Swish! The eye of enchantment shone brightly. In an instant, 2 people were charmed by Luo Luo. Not good. Seeing this, the remaining 5 people's faces changed drastically. Before they could react, the 2 experts charmed by Luo Luo launched their attacks. Swish! Swish! After 2 whooshing sounds, a head was tossed into the air. The 2 charmed experts had attacked the same target. Now there were only 4 experts left. 4 against 4, just right. No, it wasn't 4 against 4. Army of the Dead. Yi Xian secretly ordered the Skeleton King. In the next instant, the 2 Samsara stage experts who had just died suddenly revived. It was 6 against 4. In addition, there were more than 20 second-level profound death stage experts. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength had doubled. It was more than enough to deal with a first-level Samsara stage expert. The heavens really want to destroy my He family. A second-level Samsara stage old ancestor seemed to have seen the scene of his own death. He felt helpless in his heart. However, this was unavoidable. When they had moved to the Xian death battlefield, they had already expected this day to come. However, they had never expected that the people who had destroyed the He family would be of a lower cultivation level than them. Furthermore, there were only 4 of them. This was unbelievable. Chapter 15:15. Unfortunately, the Eye of Death was not the eye of all creations. The Lord of the Deep Abyss did not have this ability. Moreover, even if the Eye of Death appeared again, Yi Xian would not be afraid unless Xianxia herself appeared. In the situation of 6 against 4, the He clan quickly died. Then, the Skeletal King used his soul to revive another person. Next, it would be 7 against 3. There was no suspense in this battle. As long as I kill you all, my killing intent value will be raised to the upper limit. When that happens, I should be able to jump straight to the Samsara realm. Yi Xian was very excited because he had been at the 8th level of the profound death realm for a long time and had been suppressing his realm. Today, he could finally break through the shackles. However, just as the He clan was left with 2 first-level Samsara stage experts, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. Stop. When Yi Xian heard the shout, he turned his head and saw a burly man holding a white bone saber rushing over. His speed was even faster than the 2 second-level Samsara realm He clan ancestors. 3rd-level Samsara realm. Finally, a decent person has come. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. So what if he was a 3rd-level Samsara realm expert? He had come at the wrong time. He immediately gave the order to end the battle quickly. When the Old Tree and the Skeletal King heard this, their eyes flashed. They had been hiding their skills earlier, but now they had to use them. Grip of the Underworld. The Skeletal King reached out and grabbed at the void. A strange energy shrouded his opponent. Then he quickly rushed toward the Skeletal King. What? The 2nd-level Samsara realm ancestor was shocked. Fortunately, he was not weak and could slow down the suction speed of the grip of the Underworld. He knew that the Skeletal King was invincible in close combat. Once it closed in, it would be a tragedy. However, when he was resisting the grip of the Underworld, the Old Tree suddenly flashed behind him with 2 flames. Not good. His expression changed drastically, and so did the other ancestor. Previously, it was a 2 against 2 battle, but now, it was a 2 against 1 battle. Flaming Sun Lasso. Old Tree flashed behind his opponent and punched out. At the same time, he pulled with his other hand, and a flaming chain wrapped around his opponent's neck. Immediately, the scorching flames began to burn the man's neck, causing his skin to split open. With the grasp of the underworld in front of him and the flaming sun rope behind him, it would be difficult for him to not die. Poof! A muffled sound was heard as the flaming sun rope broke the neck of the second-level Samsara stage ancestor. His head was instantly incinerated into ashes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After he died, the distant Yixian received another boost. At this moment his boost had already doubled. The last 2 first-level Samsara stage experts had also died under their joint attacks. Ding! Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Ding! Would the host like to clear the killing intent value and exchange it for 1 Devour point? Yes. Yixian quickly replied in his mind. Ding! The killing intent value is now 0. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. Now, Yixian had 4 Devour points. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that he could make a breakthrough. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 9th level of the Profound Death stage. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Death stage. 2 more system notifications rang out. To break through from the Longevity stage to the Profound Life stage, 1 needed Profound Life energy. To break through from the Profound Life stage to the Profound Death stage, 1 needed Profound Death energy. If Yixian wanted to break through to the Samsara stage, he had to balance the Profound Life energy and Profound Death energy. At this moment, he had more Profound Life energy in his body. Therefore, he devoured and refined some Profound Death energy. Then he heard another system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 1st level of the Samsara stage. This was not the end. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 2nd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 2nd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 2nd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 3rd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 3rd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Skeletal King has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 3rd level of the Samsara stage. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slash is off cooldown again. Ding! Unicorn is off cooldown again. Today, he devoured all the treasures that had piled up into a mountain. The auras of Yixian, the Old Tree, and the Skeletal King instantly soared by more than 10 times. If not for the fact that Wei Zhentian was only a weapon, their combined auras would have been even more terrifying. This scene made the patriarch of the He family, who was still alive, twitch violently. A 1st-level Samsara stage expert had suddenly risen by 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of the Samsara stage? Moreover, there was more than one. Am I dreaming? The patriarch of the He family widened his eyes. However, in the next moment, he saw a large sword sweeping towards him. Rip! The Skeletal King, whose strength had soared by more than 10 times, chopped off the patriarch of the He family's head. Now that all the members of the He family were dead, the only one left was the burly man with the white bone saber. However, before the burly man with the white bone saber could get close to the burly man, he paused and quickly took out a white bone token from his interspatial ring and crushed it. When Yixian saw this, he was not in a hurry to get the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to kill the burly man. Instead, he watched with interest. Yixian had already guessed what was going to happen next. Therefore, he hid Luo Luo in the planting space. Sure enough, after Luo Luo disappeared, a huge eyeball condensed in the sky. The Eye of Death. Then a woman's phantom appeared. It was the Lord of the Death Abyss, Qi Shenyue. You really appeared. Yixian looked at Qi Xuanyue's phantom and said coldly. In fact, Qi Shenyue did not understand the situation. This was the amulet she had given to the burly man with the white bone saber. If he encountered a problem that he could not solve, he could crush it. At that time, her eye of death would obtain the coordinates and descend. Bone Saber, what's going on? Qi Xianyue could not help but ask after glancing at Yi Xian and the others. They killed all the powerhouses of the He family. Bone Saber replied. He had seen it with his own eyes. Then, Qi Xuanyue's gaze landed on Yi Xian and the others again. At this time, she realized that the old tree and the skeletal king had broken through to the third level of the samsara realm. Was this possible? A few days ago, she saw that the skeletal king was only at the first level of the samsara realm. Now, he had broken through to the third level of the samsara realm, the same as her. Impossible. What method did you use to break through? Qi Xianyue could not help but ask. Make a guess. Yi Xian still looked harmless. That manager helped you that day. Let's see how you escape today. Chapter 15-16. Why should I escape? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Do you really think that these 2/3 level samsara realm martial artists can defeat me? Qi Xianyue suddenly revealed a confident look. Although she was also a 3rd level samsara realm martial artist, she had absorbed a large amount of death will over the past few thousand years. She was invincible among the 3rd level samsara realm martial artists. You think you can defeat me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Who told you that I'm just a phantom? Qi Xianyue suddenly revealed a sly smile. In the next moment, her body began to solidify. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Why did Qi Xuanyue's body suddenly solidify? He immediately scanned her body with his eye of revelation and realized that Qi Xianyue was not a physical body. Instead, she was formed by the death will. How much death will did she absorb? Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that Qi Xianyue was not that easy to deal with. Although my real body is still in the death abyss, since you're here, I can't let you leave just like that. Qi Xuanyue's face froze. Then the entire city began to tremble. Waves of dangerous aura seeped out from the ground. Yi Xian had seen such a scene before. It was when the immortal corpse king was awakened in the land of the dead. At that time, he had resurrected a large number of corpses. You're giving me benefits. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. The death will could resurrect corpses and reassemble corpses using severed limbs. If Yi Xian killed these corpses, would he be able to obtain an increase in killing intent? While he was still pondering, the corpses that he had killed were all resurrected. Even the 2 second-level samsara realm martial artists stood up. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that there were countless corpses under the city. Now that Qi Xianyue had awakened all of them with a single move, the people in the city were doomed. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. This Qi Xianyue is really vicious. She used one move to awaken thousands of years of the dead. Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Qi Xuanyue's will of death clone was nothing to him. However, there were many people who had been revived. What if there was a 4th-level samsara realm expert among them? The key was that killing these resurrected walking corpses, he didn't know if there would be any killing intent points. If there was, it would be a benefit to him. If there wasn't, then he would be too lazy to make a move. Enjoy. The corners of Qi Xuanyue's mouth curled up slightly as she controlled the 2 second-level samsara realm experts to attack Yi Xian. Previously, the old tree and the skeletal king had used their techniques to kill the 2 of them. However, now that the old tree and the skeletal king had broken through to the 3rd level of the samsara stage, it was much easier to deal with them. In an instant, the old tree and the skeleton king swiftly attacked. Soon after, the 2 second-level samsara realm corpses were killed once again. One of the corpses was even incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Ding. Hosts' killing intent points have increased. Ding. Hosts' killing intent points have increased. When the 2 system notifications rang out, Yi Xian couldn't help but curl his lips. This was indeed a benefit for him. He had profited. Smelly B****. Not only did you target me, you even slaughtered your own faction cities. You're really ruthless. Yi Xian suddenly put on an act and shouted. All right, I'll target you. Qi Xianyue didn't want to leave a record of slaughtering her own faction cities. Therefore, she controlled the resurrected corpses and charged towards Yi Xian and the rest. Ha, you've come at the right time. Yi Xian laughed heartily as he charged forward. Although the duration of the killing feast was about to end, he was still a first-level Samsara realm expert. The resurrected corpses weren't a match for him at all. However, the will of death was extremely powerful. If they weren't incinerated like the old tree, they would continue to regenerate. After Yi Xian killed them once, his killing intent points wouldn't increase a second time. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the unicorn vital energy, which increased the damage dealt to the undead creatures. As long as they came into contact with it, they would be incinerated into ashes. In the sky, a huge rain of flames erupted. All the walking corpses that charged forward were burned to death by Yi Xian and the old tree without exception. The skeletal monarch and Wei Zhentian didn't have any flame attacks. However, Wei Zhentian turned into a sledgehammer that could smash the walking corpses into minced meat. This way, they wouldn't be able to regenerate. Ding. Hosts' killing intent points have increased. Ding. Hosts' killing intent points have increased. Ding. Hosts' killing intent points have increased. The notifications rang out one after another in Yi Xian's mind. It was as though he had turned on a cheat. Not only was his killing intent points increasing, but the soul pool of the skeletal monarch's elegy of souls was also constantly expanding. 11%, 12%, 13%. In just a minute, Yi Xian and a few others had killed thousands of battle corpses. Their killing intent points and the elegy of souls boost had increased tremendously. Seeing that so many battle corpses weren't a threat to Yi Xian, Qi Xuanyue's eyes flashed. She immediately self-destructed the clone formed by the will of death. A terrifying wave of energy swept out, awakening the corpses that were even more ancient. Qi Xuanyue's phantom and the eye of death had disappeared. Her original body should be rushing over. As for the burly man, he hadn't left yet. "Ribs, go and kill him," Yi Xian said to the skeletal monarch. Hearing this, the skeletal monarch's ghostly eyes flickered twice. Then, it quickly turned around and charged at the burly man. The burly man snorted coldly. He gripped the white bone saber in his hand tightly and charged forward. So what if it was the skeletal monarch? He was a general under the Death Abyss Overlord. His strength was comparable to the other two overlords in the Xian Death battlefield. How could he be afraid? However, he had underestimated the skeletal monarch's strength. After all, the skeletal monarch was a rare exotic beast. When it was at the peak of the 9th Xian Death Realm, it had already killed a few Samsara Realm experts. Now that it was at the 3rd Xian Death Realm, it was invincible among the Xian Death Realm experts. The burly man's physique was also very strong. When the skeletal monarch charged over, he slashed at it with his saber. The skeletal monarch immediately wielded the sky-shaking sword and charged forward. Two super strong forces were exerted on the two weapons. Clang. With a crisp sound, the white bone saber, which was made of an unknown material, was broken by the sky-shaking sword. What? The burly man was shocked. His white bone saber had been with him for thousands of years. It was refined from the dragon bone of the sky-green dragon, a Samsara realm heaven-reaching beast. In the past battles, almost no one could leave a mark on this dragon bone. However, it was broken by a single slash. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that he could clearly feel that the skeletal monarch was much stronger than him. Swish. The burly man's agility wasn't bad. After the white bone saber was broken, he quickly dodged the sky-shaking sword. The whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears, causing his expression to turn solemn. Now, he didn't even have a weapon. How was he going to fight the skeletal monarch? Chapter 15-17. Let's go. The burly man made a prompt decision and turned around to leave. At this moment, the heaven-shaking sword in the skeleton king's hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a large and long sledgehammer. While the burly man was still in shock, the skeletal king smashed the hammer down. Bang! The sky-shattering hammer easily broke through the burly man's white bone armor and smashed into the burly man's body. This hit caused blood to spurt out from his mouth and nose. His sternum was shattered and his heart almost stopped. Damn! The burly man swallowed his saliva as if he had seen a black light of despair. When he saw the skeletal king charging at him again, He gave up resisting and allowed the sky-shattering hammer to cut off his head. The ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In the distance, Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of killing intent and the elegy of souls had also increased. This burly man was the strongest person under the Death Abyss Overlord, and his strength was comparable to the two overlords of the other two camps. However, his strength was not enough to deal with the Skeletal King. After all, the Skeletal King had used the Undying Battle Soul and all his attributes had increased by more than 3 times. Yi Xian could not help but smile when he saw the burly man fall. After this incident was over, he would kill his way to the Death Abyss and seek revenge on Xianxia. However, before that, he might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent. If he exchanged for it again, he would have 5 Devour points. With 4 more points, he could merge the 2 combat bloodlines. When that time came, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. At this moment, 2 minutes had passed since a large number of the dead had been revived. In these 2 minutes, Yi Xian and the rest had gone on a killing spree. More than 10,000 people had died in their hands. Moreover, there was an endless stream of dead people and severed limbs breaking out of the ground. As for the people in the city, almost all of them had fled and flew into the sky. Fortunately, Qi Xuanyue's will of death had ordered only Yi Xian and the rest to be attacked. Otherwise, the entire city would have been in chaos. However, in the 3rd minute, a few powerful battle corpses finally appeared. 3rd level Samsara Realm. After sensing the aura, Yi Xian's blood boiled. There were a total of 5 3rd level Samsara Realm experts. Awesome. His killing spree was long over. However, with his 1st level Samsara stage cultivation and unicorn chi, he could easily kill a 3rd level Samsara stage battle corpse. If an ordinary person were to expend their vital chi in this manner, they would have run out by now. However, Yi Xian had the immortal phoenix bloodline, so his vital chi was almost limitless. Qi Xianyue was too careless. However, it would be useless for Qi Xianyue to stay here. That was because back then, Yi Xian had only been at the profound death stage. Therefore, she was still able to intimidate him across space. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the Samsara stage, she would no longer be able to intimidate Yi Xian despite the short distance between them. At this moment, Qi Xianyue had already left the Death Abyss and was rushing towards the city. Unfortunately, her speed was not fast, and it would take her at least half a day to get there. Half a day had passed, and the place was probably empty by now. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. The 5 3rd level Samsara stage battle corpses had all been dealt with. At this moment, the Skeletal King's elegy of souls had increased to 15%. At the 4th minute, a deafening roar suddenly attracted Yi Xian's attention. Immediately after, an unprecedented aura spread out. 4th level Samsara stage. Moreover, there were 3 of them. This feels good. Yi Xian could not help but lick his lips. The Death Xian battlefield had only been established in the past few decades, so it was natural that many experts had fallen before this. However, these 3 4th level Samsara stage experts were not enough to make Yi Xian feel afraid. Old tree, rib, each of us will take one. Yi Xian said to the 2 of them. As for the lower level ones, he left them to Luo Luo. 4th level Samsara stage experts were 1 level higher than Old Tree, but these were only 4th level Samsara stage battle corpses. Old Tree was not afraid of 4th level Samsara stage experts, let alone battle corpses. In an instant, Yi Xian and the other 2 exchanged blows with the 3 4th level Samsara stage battle corpses. These battle corpses had extremely low intelligence and only had the instinct to kill. They did not know how to dodge attacks. Old Tree immediately sent out remnant flames and punched through the chest of a battle corpse, causing flames to spread. Too weak. Old Tree shook his head. He thought that he had found a battle force that could fight, but he did not expect it to be so weak. On the other side, Yi Xian, who had Unicorn's vital energy, dealt explosive damage and killed a battle corpse in the blink of an eye. As for the Skeletal King, it was even more ferocious. It blasted its opponent into minced meat and could not be reassembled. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the Elegy of Souls also increased by 1 point. At this moment, Yi Xian really hoped that more battle corpses of this level would appear. Even if 100 of them pounced on him, he would not be afraid. High up in the sky, the group was so shocked that they were speechless. They estimated that Yi Xian and the other two had already killed over 10,000 battle corpses. How could an ordinary person have so much vital energy? If Yi Xian was still at the 9th level profound death stage, his killing intent would have reached the upper limit. However, this was not the case this time. This was because the upper limit of killing intent would increase with the number of exchanges and one's cultivation level. Therefore, Yi Xian was still a little short. 4th level Samsara stage battle corpses had appeared. Next would be 5th level Samsara stage battle corpses. As one's cultivation level was high, it would take some time for the will of death to be awakened. At the 5th minute, a 5th level Samsara stage battle corpse finally appeared. Not interested. Old tree, take care of it. Yi Xian said calmly. Roger. Old tree responded. Then he sent out his remaining flames and fought with the 5th level Samsara stage battle corpse. If it was a 5th level Samsara stage martial artist, Old Tree would still be wary. However, it was just a walking corpse and there was nothing to be afraid of. Even so, the Old Tree still took 5 seconds to finish it off. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed again. However, this time, there were other notifications. Ding. Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to exchange it for 1 Devourer point? Yi Xian immediately agreed as his killing intent had finally reached the upper limit. Ding. Killing intent has been successfully cleared. Host has obtained 1 Devourer point. Another system notification sounded. Chapter 15:18. If I retract some of my skills now, I should be able to fuse 2 combat bloodlines, Yi Xian thought to himself as he killed. The Elegy of Souls alone was worth 3 Devour points, but Yi Xian was not willing to retract them. This was because this skill was a divine skill. If stacked up, it could even multiply by 5 or 10 times. This was a divine skill that allowed the skeletal monarch to challenge opponents several levels higher. Although the fusion of 2 combat bloodlines would definitely result in a very powerful immortal combat bloodline. However, he did not seem to need to do so at the moment because the skills were still useful. Moreover, he was not in a hurry now, so he could take his time to devour the Devour points. Soon, another 5 minutes had passed. 5 minutes later, the will of death was finally completely depleted. At this time, tens of thousands of walking corpses had been killed by Yi Xian and the others. The buff of the skeletal monarch's Elegy of Souls was directly increased by 20%. One should know that before Qi Xianyue appeared, the buff of the Elegy of Souls was only 10%. It was simply a blessing that it doubled. If Qi Xianyue knew about this, she would definitely be furious. Not only did she not hurt Yi Xian, but she also gave Yi Xian a few benefits. He might as well change his name to Lei Feng. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the scene below. The small mountain below was all hammered to death by the Skeleton King. Finally, it's gone. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After 10 minutes of continuous killing, he was actually a little out of breath. One should know that the immortal Phoenix bloodline could not only recover chi and injuries, but also physical strength. Perhaps, this was because of the pressure in his heart. For a battle that lasted 10 minutes, it was very rare for someone of his level to do so. That was awesome. I really want to do it again. Old Tree could not help but say. Don't worry, there might be more. Yi Xian smiled faintly. This time, it was only Qi Xuanyue's Will of Death clone. If it was not for the fact that the Will of Death was exhausted, there might be more battle corpses. Next time, it would probably be a direct battle with Qi Xuanyue's original body. At that time, Yi Xian would let Qi Xianyue fight again. Perhaps he would get another Devour point. The Skeleton King suddenly roared. Xianxia should be on her way here. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he dashed towards the north. To the north was the abyss of death. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to intercept Xianxia halfway. After all, the corpses near that area had all been killed. Even if Xianxia's will of death were to descend again, it would not have much effect. Xianxia had already come out of the abyss of death, and Yi Xian was heading towards the abyss of death. It was very likely that the two of them would run into each other. Sure enough, after Yi Xian had been traveling for more than half a day, they had indeed bumped into each other. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come here. Let's see where you can run to today. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and the other two and said coldly, "It's time to settle the grudges between us today." Yi Xian said with a carefree expression. Xianxia had met Yi Xian a long time ago. At that time, she happened to go to the Penglai Divine Land and encountered a wisp of will of death. She then traveled across space to collect the will of death. Naturally, she did not care about that brat at that time. Therefore, she did not recognize Yi Xian at all. However, Yi Xian recognized her. Moreover, Xianxia had killed Song Qingxing and the others some time ago, which increased Yi Xian's hatred towards her. Therefore, from today onwards, only one of them could survive in this world. That person was Yi Xian. And the one who would die would be Xianxia. Let's not waste time. Xianxia was still angry. Her eyes flashed and an eye of death condensed above her head. Using the eye of death across space would change according to the distance. However, Xianxia's actual body was here, so the power of the eye of death was at its peak. As soon as the eye of death appeared, an aura of death spread out. Then Yi Xian's body began to decay and turn into nothingness. Your will of death was useless against me back then. Do you think it will still be effective today? After Yi Xian finished speaking, unicorn vital energy surged out of his body and protected his body. In the next moment, Xianxia's will of death was useless against him. You are indeed capable. Since that's the case, I'll kill you with my own hands. When Xianxia saw that the eye of death was ineffective, she immediately took out a white longsword. She turned into a ray of white light and shot towards Yi Xian. Her speed far exceeded that of a third-level Samsara Realm expert. Even a fourth-level Samsara Realm expert could not compare to her. Her speed was comparable to a fifth-level Samsara Realm expert. Xianxia has lived for so many years. She has absorbed countless amounts of will of death and condensed it. However, she has always suppressed her cultivation level to third-level Samsara Realm. Therefore, her cultivation level is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that she can fight someone who is 2 levels higher than her. After thinking about it, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to his 3 generals. As only half a day had passed since the battle, the Skeletal King's grip of hell, undying fighting soul, and Yi Xian's feast of killing could not be used. However, Yi Xian was determined to kill Xianxia. Old witch, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Take this. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately marked Xianxia with a death hunt command. His next attack would deal more damage to Xianxia. What Yi Xian was going to use next was one of his shocking trump cards. Unicorn's Descent. Previously, Unicorn's Descent and Sky-Shattering Meteor Slash were off cooldown. However, after the killing intent value reached the upper limit, Yi Xian devoured all the treasures he had stored up. Not only did he break through to the Samsara Realm, but his 2 trump cards were also restored. Xianxia's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Xian did not want to waste time with her and decided to kill her first. However, Xianxia was not that easy to deal with. What? Just as Xianxia was about to come into contact with the old tree and the Skeletal King, a flaming hoof formed above her head. She was shocked. She looked up and saw the flaming hoof coming down rapidly. Immediately, she executed her secret skill. Death Bridge. Boom! Raging flames ignited. The flaming hoof stepped on the ground, but it did not hurt Xianxia. Ever since Yi Xian merged with the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, Unicorn's Descent had never failed and had never disappointed Yi Xian. However, this time, the first attack missed. That is, Yi Xian, who maintained his Eye of Revelation, realized that Qi Xianyue suddenly disappeared at the critical moment and reappeared from the Death Eye. She was indeed capable. Chapter 1519. The Bridge of Death had to be used in conjunction with the Eye of Death. Furthermore, she had only recently comprehended it and could only be used at close range. Otherwise, she would have been able to break through the void half a day ago. At that time, it wouldn't be the Will of Death clone, but her actual body. However, this wasn't the end. Don't be hasty, there's still one more attack. Yi Xian quickly regained his senses and once again formed a flaming hoof on top of the Eye of Death's head. This time, Qi Xianyue was already prepared. She immediately retreated after sensing the aura. Boom! The flaming hoof landed and crushed the Eye of Death. After the Eye of Death collapsed, it was immediately incinerated by Unicorn's vital energy, leaving nothing behind. Although Qi Xianyue dodged the attack again, the remaining power of the Qilin's descent had injured her. The Qilin's genuine energy had broken through her defense, and the clothes on her back, as well as her flesh, were instantly burned. However, with the help of the profound life Qi Xianyue was unharmed. What exactly is this kid's vital energy? The damage it inflicted on me is beyond imagination. Qi Xianyue was shocked. From the very beginning, she had felt that Yi Xian's vital energy was very strange. Now, it seemed that she was right. However, she didn't have time to think about it because the old tree and the skeletal king were already charging towards her. Since I can't get it, I'll kill you. Qi Xianyue's eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at the skeletal king who had broken through to the third level of the samsara realm. All of this was caused by the skeletal king. When Yi Xian saw the old tree and the skeletal king fighting with Qi Xianyue, he couldn't help but think to himself, although this girl is only at the third level of the samsara realm, her actual combat strength is probably at the fifth level of the samsara realm. No wonder she can dominate the Xian death battlefield. The fifth level of the samsara stage was 4 levels higher than him. Based on his current strength, he was still no match for the fifth level of the samsara stage. Therefore, he didn't want to participate in this battle. He just wanted to hide. Dark Night Sky Curtain. Immediately, he used this move and disappeared into the darkness. With the buff from Assassinate, his movement speed and combat power had both increased. He then hid in the distance and used Eye of Insight to observe the situation. On the other side, the old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian, who were also at the third level of the samsara realm, had joined forces to fight Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue's attacks were very powerful and could kill opponents of the same level instantly. However, Old Tree and the other two had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so Qi Xianyue couldn't kill them in one hit. What about that kid? Qi Xianyue suddenly realized that something was wrong. Yi Xian was gone. However, Yi Xian, who was at the first level of the samsara realm, was not a threat to her. Even if she launched a sneak attack, it would not be of much use. However, Yi Xian did not intend to launch a sneak attack on her. Yi Xian's plan was to let the old tree and the skeletal monarch exhaust the other party. Although they were at the same level, Qi Xianyue's strength was indeed terrifying. If the old tree and the other two did not have the immortal Phoenix bloodline, they would have died more than 10 times. In these dozens of rounds, Qi Xianyue did not use any of her trump cards. She was only exhausting her true qi. She was looking for an opportunity to kill everyone in one hit. Old tree, be careful. She has formed another Eye of Death in the sky. Yi Xian reminded them. This Eye of Death was hidden very well and its aura was very weak. Therefore, the old tree and the other two did not notice it. However, with Yi Xian backing them, what were they afraid of? Qi Xianyue blocked the attacks of the old tree and the skeletal king while gathering the will of death. After a few seconds, she could not help but smile slightly. The time had come. Gaze of death. Qi Xianyue's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the Eye of Death in the sky emitted a powerful aura of death. Two strange energies shrouded the old tree and the skeletal king. When they reacted, half of their bodies had already decayed. This is what you get for going against me. Qi Xianyue was full of confidence and muttered in her heart. Unfortunately, she had always wanted to subdue the skeletal king but had no way to do so. Therefore, she could only kill the skeletal king. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the skeletal king were turned into ashes. Not only that, but even the heaven-shaking sword was also turned into ashes. The battle ended in an instant. Qi Xianyue watched the two disappear. After a short pause, she was ready to find Yi Xian. However, when she was looking around, two auras suddenly appeared out of nowhere, which gave her a fright. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Skeletal King is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. In an instant, the three of them attacked again and caught Qi Xianyue off guard. Qi Xianyue was shocked when she saw the three unscathed old tree charging at her from afar. She exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The Eyes of Death was her ultimate move. Even a level 5 Samsara Realm expert would not be able to withstand this attack. However, how could the two level 3 Samsara Realm experts, the old tree and the skeletal king, be unscathed? Haha. Do you think that you can kill us with that kind of trick? The old tree's arrogant voice rang out. Then, he flashed in front of Qi Xianyue and launched an attack. Then, the skeletal king, who was holding the heaven-shaking sword, charged at her. In that case, I will kill you all again. Qi Xianyue did not believe it. She consumed a large amount of Will of Death and used her trump card. Gaze of Death. Two more Wills of Death enveloped the old tree and the skeletal king. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Skeletal King is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The three unscathed old tree charged at her from afar as though they had cheated. Bitch! No matter how many times you attack us, we will not die. The old tree could not help but curse. Death was a luxury to him. Ever since Yi Xian refined him into a magical weapon, he was immortal and indestructible. It felt great to fight with an immortal body. Impossible, it is impossible that you are still alive. Qi Xianyue widened her eyes in disbelief. How could they appear after being killed by the gaze of death twice? Could it be that this was an illusion? That was impossible. I don't believe that I can't kill you all. Qi Xianyue used the gaze of death again. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Ding! Skeletal King is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Several system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Then, the three unscathed old tree were resurrected again. If this continues, her spirit will collapse first. Chapter 1520. Just think about it. If he were to exchange blows with an undying and indestructible person, he would be able to kill his opponent over and over again. However, his opponent would be revived over and over again. Over time, his entire body would become numb, and he would start to reveal flaws. Qi Xianyue was so fast that the Skeleton King could not lock onto her at all. He had been waiting for an opportunity to use the sky-shattering meteor slash. If only he had the grasp of the underworld and the flaming sun rope. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not know that Qi Xianyue would come, so he let the old tree and the Skeleton King use them. Otherwise, he would have let the old tree and the Skeleton King use their skills to deal with Qi Xianyue. After killing the old tree 3 times, Qi Xianyue did not dare to use the death gaze again. The death gaze consumed too much of the will of death. After 3 times, she had used up the will of death that she had absorbed for nearly 1,000 years. Most importantly, it was useless and wasted. Therefore, she was thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Qi Xianyue's mind. By the way, after the old man and the Skeleton King died, they would resurrect not far away and kill me. Could it be? Qi Xianyue thought of this. She guessed that the resurrection of the old tree and the Skeleton King must have something to do with Yi Xian, who had disappeared. Immediately, she moved quickly and looked around, trying to find Yi Xian. You found me? You're too naive. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the dark, smirked and launched an attack at Qi Xianyue. Found you? Xianxia sensed the aura and quickly attacked Yi Xian. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly broke through the void and appeared on the other side. When Xianxia was fighting the old tree and the skeleton king, Yi Xian had set up several void locators here. It was impossible for Xianxia to find him. Damn it, come out! Xianxia cursed and gathered the will of death again. This time, she was not going to use the death gaze, but to resurrect the dead. The earth began to tremble. Countless corpses and broken limbs broke out of the ground and then reassembled. Naive woman, do you think you can catch me like this? Yi Xian still showed a sarcastic expression and killed the battle corpses. He fought Xianxia in a battle of attrition. And again. At that time, Yi Xian might be able to reach the upper limit of his killing intent once more. He hadn't tried to reach it twice in the same realm. Moreover, could Xianxia hold on for 3 days under the joint attack of the old tree and the skeleton king? After all, Xianxia did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline. Even if she had a lot of death intent, it was impossible for her to run out of true qi, profound life qi, and profound death qi. Damn it, what should I do? Xianxia cursed in her heart. She could not think of a way to end the battle in front of her. She was the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She could not even find a first-level Samsara realm brat. How humiliating! Fortunately, there was no one watching the battle, so no one knew that she had embarrassed herself. Bastard, the next time I see you, I'll send you on your way. Xianxia cursed and turned to leave. Her speed was so fast that even the old tree and the skeleton king could not catch up with her. The most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. She lived up to her name. She was actually beaten away. The old tree could not help but laugh out loud. Before Xianxia could run far, he hurriedly shouted, Xianxia, don't you want to know where your brother is? Xianxia, who was running away, stopped in her tracks. She asked in shock, what did you say? Brother? Someone actually knew that she had a brother? How was that possible? Her brother, Tianrui, had already reincarnated before the Xianyu tomb was built. However, his whereabouts were still unknown. No one knew if he had not awakened or if he had died. Even her confidant, the burly man with the white bone broadsword, didn't know about this matter. She only asked the burly man to find a person. The burly man did not know that the person he was looking for was Xuanyue's brother. After all, he did not even know her name. He only knew that she was the Lord of the Death Abyss and the most powerful person in the Xian death battlefield. You must be wondering how I know this secret? The old tree laughed loudly. Who are you? Xianxia asked subconsciously. At this time, she was wondering if the old tree knew this secret because he knew her brother. The old tree did not answer her question. He continued, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your brother, Tianrui, is dead. When Xianxia heard these 2 words, her body trembled violently. Just now, she had some doubts about the authenticity of the old tree's words. However, when she heard the name Tianrui, she believed most of it. How did he die? Xuanyue's eyes were burning with anger. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. Of course he was killed by me. And let me tell you, he died in the mystic moon tomb you built. On the day you descended, he was killed by me before the coffin was opened. His body was incinerated by me. The old tree told the truth directly. The Xianyu tomb. Xianxia could not accept this fact. She had been looking for Tianrui for thousands of years. She did not expect that he would appear in the Xianyu tomb that day. He did it on purpose. The old tree must have done it on purpose. I'll kill you. Xianxia was furious. She suddenly turned around and attacked the old tree. Good timing. Seeing that he had successfully infuriated Xianxia, the old tree immediately joined forces with the skeleton king. In an instant, Xianxia fought with the 2 again. This time, she was successfully infuriated, so her emotions were a little unstable. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. However, Xianxia was an expert of her generation. She quickly regained her composure. A dead person could not be resurrected. She could not do anything to the old tree and the skeleton king now. It would be a waste of time to continue fighting. I'll find a way to kill you. In the end, Xianxia decided to leave. With her speed, she disappeared into the sky. Looking at her back, the old tree could not help but ask in his mind, "Young master, what should we do now?" She should have returned to the death abyss. Let's go after her. We can kill her when our skills recover. Chapter 1521. Xianxia had the death hunting order on her, so Yi Xian would not lose track of her. As long as his skill recovered, he would have a much higher chance of killing her. Just as Yi Xian had predicted, Xianxia was returning to the death abyss. She had gathered all the experts here to find Yi Xian. The death abyss was the most dangerous place in the death battlefield. Moreover, this was not the reason why Xianxia lived here. The death abyss was filled with dead creatures, such as walking corpses and skeletons. Any living creature that entered the death abyss would automatically revive after death. At the same time, the death abyss was filled with mysterious death energy. If one did not have some tricks up their sleeves, even a Samsara realm expert could die after staying in there for a long time. However, this was an excellent place for Xianxia, who possessed the eyes of death. Here, she could continuously gather the will of death and become stronger. If no experts came, her position as the #1 expert in the death battlefield would be secured. In the previous battle, Xianxia had exhausted a large amount of will of death. Therefore, she had to replenish it this time. As for how to replenish it, she would absorb the dead creatures. However, not long after she returned, Yi Xian and the others also hurried over. This is really a good place. If we kill our way in, our killing intent will definitely increase by a large amount. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The death abyss looked very desolate. The air was filled with white fog. However, once someone entered, corpses and skeletons would crawl out from the ground and attack anyone who passed by. These corpses and skeletons were all warriors who had entered the death abyss without any regard for their lives. Normally, after a person died, their flesh would rot and leave behind only a skeleton. After being nourished by the mysterious death energy for many years, these skeletons were not weak. Some powerful people's flesh would rot more slowly after death. They were the walking corpses. These corpses were generally weaker than skeletons, but they would all turn into skeletons in the end. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered close to 10 skeletons in the area where his eyes of revelation swept past. Moreover, their realms were not low. Among them, 3 were at the Samsara realm. Ribs, before you became the Skeleton King, you were also a skeleton, right? Yi Xian could not help but ask. After the Skeleton King heard this, he nodded slightly, but he did not completely agree with this sentence. So that's how it is. You were an ape when you were alive, and after you died, you turned into white bones. You stayed near a strange or all year round, so you mutated into the Skeleton King. Yi Xian immediately understood. The Skeletal King was a heaven-reaching beast when it was alive. It was because of this that he was able to subdue the Skeletal King. Didn't someone say that as long as we obtain the white-boned golden essence jade, the skeleton monarch will mutate again and become the ghost dome great emperor? The old tree could not help but ask. Yi Xian knew what the old tree meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, but it's not enough. This white bone gold essence jade is a material used to forge tier 8 divine weapons, and not just any tier 8 divine weapons. It's very rare. I don't think there's any in the abyss of death." Hearing this, the Skeleton King was a little discouraged. After all, who didn't want to become stronger? If it mutated again and became the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, its strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Yi Xian patted the Skeleton King's rock shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll find you a peace in the future. Now I'll help you take revenge." Back in the Penglai Divine Land, Yi Xian was almost killed by Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death. This was a grudge. In Xuanyue's tomb, Song Qingxing and the others were killed by Qi Xianyue. This was a second grudge. Qi Xianyue had suppressed the Skeleton King for thousands of years. This was a third grudge. These 3 grudges made Yi Xian determined to kill Qi Xianyue. At that moment, he led the old tree and the Skeleton King into the abyss of death. As soon as they entered, the corpses and bones broke out of the ground. "Trash, how dare you block our way? You're courting death." Without saying a word, the old tree flashed out and burned the undead creatures one by one. The Skeleton King also smashed the undead creatures, blocking their way into meat paste or bone dust. With the two of them around, Xian didn't need to do anything. In the depths of the abyss of death, there was a scarlet kill floating. That was Xian's target, Xianxia. Xianxia hasn't moved. She's probably still recovering. I have to deal with her as soon as possible. I can't let her recover. Xian thought to himself. At this moment, a day had passed since the last battle in the city, so the grasp of the underworld, the undying battle soul, and the other skills had already recovered. This time, Xian wanted to kill Xianxia for revenge. They quickly headed into the depths of the abyss of death. The undead creatures along the way couldn't stop them at all. However, in addition to the undead creatures, there were many of Xianxia's subordinates in the abyss of death. These people were guarding a section of the abyss of death. At this moment, Xian stepped into the first stage. He was a third-level Samsara realm expert. However, the burly man with the bone blade had died at the hands of the Skeleton King. This person was naturally not a match for the skeleton and was instantly killed. His interspatial ring naturally fell into Xian's hands. The old tree Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian can't increase their cultivation anymore. Once they devour, they will break through to the fourth level of the Samsara realm, exceeding the upper limit of the abyss of death battlefield. At that time, they won't be able to make a move. When he thought of this, Xian suppressed his urge and threw the ring into the devouring space. If it wasn't for the rule of the abyss of death battlefield, Xian would have advanced to the second level of the Samsara realm before killing Xianxia. Xianxia was the strongest person in the abyss of death battlefield. However, she didn't have many experts under her command. The few third-level Samsara realm experts she had were directly killed by the old tree and the Skeleton King. Soon Xian and the other two arrived at the depths of the abyss of death. There was a sinister mountain of white bones here, and Xianxia was inside it. Let's see how you're going to survive today once the cooldown of a few skills are restored. Xian thought to himself as he immediately sent out the Skeleton King and Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian immediately transformed into a gigantic hammer that was thousands of meters long. The Skeleton King wielded the hammer and smashed it down on the mountain of white bones. Bang! The hammer was like a meteorite crashing down and instantly caused the entire mountain of white bones to collapse. However, Xianxia already knew that Xian was here. Naturally, she wouldn't be hit by the hammer. Countless white bones in the mountain of white bones were smashed into pieces by the hammer. The bone powder spread out and enveloped Xian and the other two. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the abyss of death. Since that's the case, you can sleep here forever. Chapter 1522. Even without the Eye of Revelation, Xian could use the death hunting order to capture Xianxia. Therefore, he broke through the void and arrived at the middle section of the death abyss. The old tree and the Skeletal King also launched an attack. Xian felt that Xianxia must have something to rely on since she was waiting for him. Therefore, he had to be careful. An eye of death condensed in the sky. However, Xian had already used the dark night sky screen and concealed himself. The eye of death couldn't find him. In the blink of an eye, the old tree and the Skeletal King had already started fighting with Xianxia. This time, Xianxia didn't want to delay any longer and directly used a huge amount of death will. The eye of death suddenly turned around and landed on an empty ground. Then, the ground of the death abyss trembled and cracked open a canyon. What's going on? Xian was shocked. Then, he felt waves of powerful auras. These auras were so powerful that they made his heart palpitate. 5th level Samsara realm? No, 6th level Samsara realm. Xian was shocked. Back in the city, Xianxua's death will had revived a 5th level Samsara realm battle corpse. However, it was quickly dealt with. Now, there were 6th level Samsara realm battle corpses here. Most importantly, there was more than one of them. This is crazy. Is this in accordance with the rules of the Death Abyss battlefield? Xian couldn't believe it. The Death Abyss battlefield didn't allow experts above the 4th level Samsara realm to fight. However, these were dead people. Therefore, The three administrators tacitly agreed that this was in accordance with the rules. The death abyss used to continuously revive the dead. I spent a lot of effort to seal them underground. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Qi Xuanyue's confident voice reverberated in the death abyss. At the same time, it also entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Qi Xuanyue didn't know what he was capable of. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian tore through the void and arrived at the entrance of the abyss of death. Qi Xuanyue had resurrected such powerful battle corpses and skeletons just to find Yi Xian. She thought that Yi Xian's abilities were similar to her Bridge of Death, where he could only move for short distances. Little did she know that the distance of the Eye of the Void was far beyond her imagination. As for the old tree and the skeletal monarch, they stayed in the abyss of death to fight the resurrected battle corpses and skeletons. I really don't know where this bitch gets her confidence from. She wants to capture the young master with this kind of method? I'm dying of laughter. Old Tree's mocking laughter fell into Qi Xuanyue's ears. Qi Xuanyue didn't believe it. She controlled the battle corpses to search for Yi Xian in the death abyss. But after searching for a long time, there was still no news. On the other hand, the old tree and the skeleton emperor killed a lot of battle corpses and bones. Where is he? Qi Xuanyue was shocked. She naturally didn't know that Yi Xian was watching from outside the abyss of death. Although Yi Xian's eye of revelation couldn't see inside, he could share his vision with the old tree and the skeletal monarch to give orders. However, under the siege of so many powerful battle forces, the old tree and the skeletal monarch couldn't help but be killed once. Ding! The ash spirit has been resurrected. Ding! The skeletal monarch has been resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian has been resurrected. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and let the old tree and the other two enter. Now, Qi Xuanyue understood that she couldn't deal with Yi Xian and the others with her own methods. What should I do? Qi Xuanyue gritted her teeth. She was so angry that she was about to explode. The old tree had killed her brother, Qi Tenrui. How could she not take revenge? She was already at her wit's end. She had even summoned a 6th-level Samsara Realm battle corpse. With so many battle forces, it was enough to wipe out the entire Xian death battlefield. However, they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Damn it, he must be outside the abyss of death, Qi Xuanyue cursed in her heart. These battle corpses and white bones could only be summoned from the abyss of death. Otherwise, she would have already conquered the Xian death battlefield. However, Qi Xuanyue had miscalculated this time. What she miscalculated wasn't Yi Xian, but something else. Rumble! Just as the old tree and the skeletal monarch were being attacked, the ground of the abyss of death suddenly shook violently. What was going on? Qi Xuanyue was shocked. She didn't use the will of death to resurrect, and there shouldn't be anything down there. Why was the ground shaking violently again? Not only that, but even Yi Xian, who was outside the abyss of death, felt the ground shaking. Using the shared vision of the old tree and the skeletal monarch, he saw a huge figure rising from the valley that was rapidly splitting open. Bone dragon. It was a bone dragon. This bone dragon was huge, and its body was probably more than 10,000 meters long. However, as only a skeleton was left, no one knew what kind of dragon it was when it was alive. Most importantly, what was the origin of this bone dragon? Qi Xuanyue looked at the terrifyingly huge bone dragon and felt her heart palpitate for some reason. This bone dragon's cultivation level had probably surpassed the 6th level of the Samsara realm, or even the 7th or 8th level, or the 9th level of the Samsara realm. After the bone dragon appeared, the surroundings changed. The battle corpses and white bones were originally under Qi Xuanyue's control, but now, they were all out of her control. What's going on? I can't control them? Qi Xuanyue widened her eyes. She had the will of death, but she couldn't control these corpses. Could it be? Qi Xuanyue suddenly thought of something. When she found the abyss of death, it was very strange. Any living thing that died in the abyss of death would be resurrected and wander around the abyss of death. Could it be that this kind of phenomenon was caused by this bone dragon? While she was still in shock, the huge bone dragon suddenly turned around and two balls of the wisps appeared in its empty eye sockets. Then, it swung its long tail that was filled with countless spikes. Bang! Qi Xuanyue's body was hit by the bone dragon's tail, and her body exploded. Her heart also exploded at this moment. This scene stunned the old tree and the skeleton king. Qi Xuanyue, whom they couldn't do anything to, was killed in an instant. Her heart had exploded, and even the mysterious life Qi couldn't heal it. However, Qi Xuanyue's head was still there. Ding! Revenge mission failed. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, Yi Xian reacted and shouted, "Old tree, quickly take away the eyes of death. The ribs will attract the bone dragon's attention." Qi Xuanyue was the target of his revenge mission, but now that she had died in the hands of the bone dragon, his mission couldn't be completed. Chapter 1523. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the skeletal king immediately roared and dashed over, slashing the skeletal dragon with its sword. Although this slash did not break through the skeletal dragon's defense, it had attracted its attention. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal dragon swung its tail and viciously whipped the skeletal king. In the next moment, the skeletal king exploded. Fortunately, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so his upper body was not too badly damaged and could be recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree quickly flashed over and took Qi Xuanyue's eyes of death. Unfortunately, Qi Xuanyue's universe ring was destroyed by the skeletal dragon's tail and everything was sucked into the spatial crack. As the strongest person in the Xian death battlefield, Qi Xuanyue had suppressed her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. Her wealth was probably unmatched. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the hands of the skeletal dragon. The old tree quickly took the eyes of death, but at this moment, the skeletal dragon suddenly turned its head and extended its claws. Its target was the eyes of death. The skeletal dragon's claws were very fast and grabbed the old tree in the blink of an eye. However, before this, Yi Xian had already broken through the spatial door and appeared. "I'll take it." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the old tree was stored in the planting space along with the 2 eyes of death. "Let's go." At that moment, he quickly left. The spatial door closed and the skeletal dragon finally reacted. Qi Xuanyue was also pitiful. Not only did she not succeed in her revenge, but she also woke up the skeletal dragon that was sleeping in the death abyss. Then, she was whipped to death by the skeletal dragon's tail. Most importantly, after her death, the eyes of death fell into the hands of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to the entrance of the death abyss. He looked at the huge skeletal dragon in front of him and could not help but shudder. He estimated that the skeletal dragon was at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. How dare he steal from a 9th level Samsara realm expert? He must be tired of living. After all, he was only at the 1st level of the Samsara realm. Fortunately, he had obtained the Death's Eye. This Azura's Eye is extremely rare. I never thought that I would be the one to obtain it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and immediately devoured the 2 eyes of death. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! The host has consumed an eye of death. The strength of the mysterious death energy has increased. Ding! Host has devoured a pair of eyes of death. Celestial eyes have leveled up once. The Immortal Eye was the first evolution of the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Yi Xian had also evolved after devouring 2 eyes of Myriad, so Yi Xian wasn't too surprised. However, this was not the end. Ding! Death's Eye shared with Skeletal Monarch. Ding! Skeletal Monarch has learned Death Gaze. Ding! The host has unlocked the eye catalog. Currently, 2 types have been copied. They are the Eyes of Nature and the Eyes of Death. Who would have thought that the Eye of Death would be shared with the Skeletal King? Not only that, the Skeletal King had also learned a new skill. Death Gaze. This was the skill that Qi Xuanyue had used before, and it was quite powerful. Yi Xian glanced at it. If he used the Eyes of Death, it would consume his eye strength. If the Skeletal King used the Eyes of Death and Death Gaze, It would consume the soul water in his soul pool. In addition, the army of the dead under the elegy of souls had disappeared, and now there was a new skill called Death Will. It could revive corpses that were lower in cultivation level than the host without any consumption. This skill made Yi Xian very happy. The skeletal king could revive corpses without limit in the future? Wasn't this too amazing? The previous army of the dead had consumed the soul water in his soul pool, but now the Death Will had no consumption. Of course, if he wanted to revive corpses that were higher in cultivation level than the host, it would consume the soul water just like the army of the dead. Amazing, this is really amazing. I can't believe such a change happened. Yi Xian was very happy. Then, he shifted his gaze to the pupil catalog and discovered that it recorded the Eye of Myriad Forms and the Eye of Death. These were the two types of eyes that he had devoured so far. As long as he devoured one more, there would be a special reward. Although he didn't know what the reward would be, as long as it was a reward, Yi Xian would like it. This time, the skeletal king had undergone a small change, but Yi Xian also had the Eyes of Death. At that moment he couldn't wait to use it. Suddenly, an Eye of Death appeared above his head, which was formed by true energy, the power of all things, and the profound death energy. However, this Eye of Death didn't store the Death Will, and Yi Xian didn't have any skills, so he could only use it for fun. However, he forgot that now was not the time to play around. Oh no, the skeletal dragon found out. Yi Xian scanned with his Eye of Revelation and found that the skeletal dragon had turned to look at him. Those empty eye sockets made his hair stand on end. Let's go. Although Yi Xian didn't care what the skeletal dragon was, he couldn't be bothered. He directly tore open the void and prepared to leave this dangerous place. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass through the void door, he suddenly realized that in the distant sky, a huge eye with familiar patterns had formed. This time, it was the Eyes of Nature. Following that, the second and third Eyes of Myriad Forms appeared. 3 Eyes of Nature and 3 managers? Yi Xian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen 3 Eyes of Nature at the same time. It seemed that these 3 managers were here to deal with the skeletal dragon. This skeletal dragon was suspected to be at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Not to mention the profound death battlefield, even the rotating chakra battlefield would be disturbed. Therefore, they had to deal with it first to prevent future troubles. Before Yi Xian could react, the 3 Eyes of Nature attacked the skeletal dragon. Although they hadn't arrived in person, the strength of these 3 managers was extremely shocking. The 3 Eyes of Nature didn't move at all, but waves of energy were bombarding the skeletal dragon. Is this the strength of these 3 managers? I'm afraid that any one of their attacks can destroy a city. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, this attack wasn't meant to attack the city, but to kill the skeletal dragon that was a threat to the profound death battlefield. The skeletal dragon's defense was extremely shocking. After being bombarded by the 3 managers, it only shook continuously. There weren't any cracks on the skeletal dragon's bones. It swept towards one of the Eyes of Nature and violently swung its body, whipping its dragon tail at it. One of the Eyes of Nature collapsed, but it reformed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1524. Bang! 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 3 waves of energy attacked from 3 different directions, causing the bone dragon's head to tremble. After a few rounds, cracks appeared on the bone dragon's head. What was surprising was that this bone dragon was actually not stupid. It even knew how to escape. However, there were 3 managers present. Where could it escape to? The 3 managers mainly wandered around the Samsara battlefield. They would occasionally come to the Xian death battlefield. The Samsara battlefield was more than 100 times bigger than the Xian death battlefield. Most of them would be able to turn around. How could the bone dragon escape? Soon, the bone dragon's head exploded under the crazy attacks of the 3 managers. It fell from the sky and smashed into the death abyss. In fact, Yi Xian really wanted to snatch the bone dragon's corpse. If he could devour the bone dragon, he would be able to jump several levels. However, 2 of the 3 managers were not in the reincarnation fox's camp. What if he was killed instantly? After the bone dragon died, 3 more eyes opened in the sky. This time, it was the reincarnation eye. It seemed that the three managers had already informed the three leaders. Then, 6 figures condensed and took shape. Although I don't know what the bone dragon was when it was alive, I estimate that it has been dead for more than 30,000 years, said the Reincarnation City Master. If it was at the peak of the Samsara realm after death, it must have been at the undead realm when it was alive. How could an undead realm dragon die here? Don't you two know? Reincarnation Supremacy turned around in shock. If we knew, we would have divided the bone dragon between us, replied the Reincarnation City Master. Then, how should we deal with this bone dragon? Reincarnation Supremacy's eyes lit up. This was the bone dragon of an undead realm. If he could obtain it, he might be able to break through to the undead realm. At this moment, the Reincarnation Fox, who had been silent, suddenly looked at the Reincarnation City Master. They were good friends who had been together for more than 10,000 years. Reincarnation Supremacy had only appeared for a few decades. Therefore, they naturally would not share the bone dragon with him. You two are going to, Reincarnation Supremacy reacted and said in shock. However, in the next moment, the Reincarnation Fox and the Reincarnation City Master attacked. Bang! The eye of reincarnation was blasted apart. Not only that, but the eye of Myriad from Reincarnation Venerable's camp was also destroyed. After all, they had just risen up not too long ago, and their strength was the weakest. If they faced one of them, they would not be able to win, let alone 2 of them working together. They were directly beaten to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back. Just as Reincarnation Supremacy's eyes of reincarnation and his subordinates' eyes of Myriad disappeared, another opening appeared in the sky. This time, it was a different eye. Then a young man came out of the eye. I want the dragon tail. Samsara City Master said. No need. The Reincarnation Fox shook his head and glanced at the young man. Instantly, the young man knew what to do. The young man leaped onto the dragon bone. Then, a stream of primary energy gushed out and cut the extremely hard dragon bone into 2 halves. Of course, it was impossible to do it with true qi, so the young man used another method. Tearing space apart. Yi Xian, who had broken through the void and arrived at the battlefield, happened to witness the scene. This is the spatial eye? Yi Xian's eyes widened. The young man was from the Fox clan, and he possessed the rare spatial eye. This was an ability that allowed one to break through the void in advance. Just now, he had used this ability to directly break through space, and then used the power of space to divide the entire dragon bone into 2 equal parts. All right, then I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master nodded in satisfaction. After he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinate, the Eye of Myriad, to take half of the dragon bone and leave. The Reincarnation Fox's side was much simpler. With the young man with the spatial eye, they only had to put the dragon bone into their interspatial ring and break through the void to return. However, the Reincarnation Fox did not intend to leave now. The middle-aged man with the spatial eye of Myriad had already told the Reincarnation Fox what had happened here. Therefore, the Reincarnation Fox was aware of the situation here. She did not expect to find a dragon bone that was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm after death. Your strength has indeed improved quickly. There is no place for you to train in the Xian Death battlefield. Come to the 100 Fox Manor. The Reincarnation Fox said to Yi Xian. All right, this junior will leave now. Yi Xian replied. No need. Zhuang Fei, bring him along. After the Reincarnation Fox finished speaking, she disappeared from the world. The young man from the Fox clan kept the dragon bone into his interspatial ring and landed beside Yi Xian with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a spatial door appeared in front of Yi Xian. This technique, Yi Xian had a strange feeling in his heart. After all, he also had the Eye of the Void. However, this was not the ability of the Eye of Control. The young man from the Fox clan called Zhuang Fei had the spatial eye. This spatial eye was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Young man, go in. Zhuang Fei said to Yi Xian. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded and passed through the spatial door. Zhuang Fei looked like a young man, but he could not be that young. Furthermore, his strength was estimated to be at the 8th level of the Samsara realm or even the 9th level. In any case, he was much stronger than him. While Yi Xian and the reincarnation fox were conversing, Reincarnation Supremacy, who had lost his eye of reincarnation, was throwing a tantrum in his residence. Damn it. If I had that dragon bone, I might have been able to break through to the imperishable stage. Reincarnation Supremacy muttered through gritted teeth. Reincarnation Fox, Reincarnation City Lord, you have ostracized me time and time again. I will definitely have my revenge. After he finished speaking, he took out a thumb-sized object from his interspatial ring. This little object looked like a purple spider, but it had a pair of wings. Reincarnation Supremacy's eyes flickered a few times before he threw the little purple spider into the sky and let it leave. Just wait and see. In the abyss of death, Yi Xian arrived in front of a continuous mountain range after passing through the spatial door. As soon as he passed through, he felt an enormous amount of yuan qi. The 100 Fox Manor was built in this mountain range. So this is the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He immediately released Luo Luo and the others. Although the old tree and the skeletal king were strong, they were not strong enough in the 100 Fox Manor. Come in. Zhuang Fei's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian and the others turned their heads to look, only to discover that Zhuang Fei had opened another spatial door and entered. Chapter 1525. There were only 3 words on the door of the palace. Reincarnation Palace. Then, Zhuang Fei added, the villa master is inside. You may enter. After saying that, he flew away from this place. Yi Xian guessed that they were in the depths of 100 Fox Manor. After all, the villa master was here. Luo Luo opened the door. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo, Okay. Luo Luo nodded obediently. Then she walked forward and opened the door of the Reincarnation Palace. However, before her little hand could touch the door opened by itself. Yi Xian and the others looked over and saw a white figure in the palace. It was a 9-tailed fox with gray fur. Before she could turn around, the blood in Luolua's body suddenly boiled. My bloodline, Luolua's eyes widened. Her bloodline was boiling because of the gray 9-tailed fox in front of her. This was a bloodline connection. Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Luo Luo was born in Silverwing City of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty on the main continent of the Bloodstone continent. How could she have a bloodline connection with this person? At this time, Yi Xian had also guessed that this gray 9-tailed fox was the villa master of 100 Fox Manor, the Reincarnation Fox. You're here. The Reincarnation Fox turned around. Yi Xian and the others had seen her face before, so they recognized her. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian and the others hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted her. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Take a seat first. I'll tell you slowly. The Reincarnation Fox sat on the main seat in the palace. Yi Xian and the others also sat down and waited quietly. The Reincarnation Fox paused and looked at them. I'm Hu Xing, the Villa Master of 100 Fox Manor. What about you? I'm Luo Luo. Luo Luo answered directly. You must want to fully unlock your inherited memory, right? Hu Xing, said to Luo Luo. Luo Luo nodded obediently. She was also guessing what kind of person she was in her previous life. However, at this moment, Hu Xing suddenly shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you completely unlock your inherited memories right now. When she heard this, Luo Luo asked in surprise, Why? Yi Xian and the others were also very puzzled. It was just a legacy memory, so why couldn't they help to fully unlock it? Was there a problem? Luo Luo has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This bloodline is very special. Once the inherited memories are completely unlocked, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body will be completely activated. Do you know how many times Luo Luo has reincarnated? Hu Xing, suddenly asked. How many times have you been reincarnated? This question stunned Yi Xian and the others. Could it be that Luo Luo had reincarnated more than once? Is this the second time? Luo Luo tried to guess. No, you have already reincarnated 8 times. You are now in your 9th life. Hu Xing, shook her head and said. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked again. 8 times? Luo Luo had already reincarnated 8 times and was now in her 9th life? This was a little too shocking. Reincarnation 8 times, 9 lives as a human. Even a samsara expert might not be able to do it. After all, the first reincarnation was easier, but the second reincarnation would be more difficult than the first, and so on. An ordinary person would reincarnate at most 3 times. On the 4th time, there was a possibility that the reincarnation would fail and disappear from the world, let alone Luoluo who had reincarnated 8 times. Moreover, the most important thing was that after reincarnation, one would not be reborn immediately. Instead, one would wander between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be reborn. This process could take a day, 10 days, a month, a year, or even a few decades. I have reincarnated 8 times? Luoluo did not dare to believe it. She was only 17 years old, but she knew that she had already lived 9 lives. This was not something an ordinary person could accept. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in your body forced you to reincarnate before the age of 18. This is because when you turn 18, you will welcome a powerful heavenly tribulation. Xing nodded. Heaven-loathing fox bloodline, heavenly tribulation? Luoluo was stunned again. However, Xian immediately reacted. No wonder it is called the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Is it not tolerated by the heavens? That's right. Luoluo's bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the 100 Fox Manor. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Moreover, every time she reincarnates, she will maintain the heaven-loathing fox bloodline. Even if she is reborn in a human body, she will mutate and be reactivated. Xing replied. Hearing her words, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful. At least, it was something that Luoluo could not withstand. In that case, every time Luoluo turns 18, she will have to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Then her soul will be destroyed and she will reincarnate again? Xian said with a frown. During her first reincarnation, I was seriously injured in order to protect her. This caused my cultivation to be stuck in the reincarnation realm, unable to enter the imperishable realm. After that, I reincarnated before she turned 18, which is when the heaven-loathing fox bloodline was fully activated. This way, the heavenly tribulation would not descend. Xing said with a helpless expression. If it was not for this, she would have broken through to the imperishable realm. Manor Master. When Luoluo heard that Xing was unable to break through because of her, the corners of her eyes immediately moistened. When Xian heard this, he and Old Tree looked at each other. Xing did not hesitate to be injured to protect Luoluo. It seemed that Luoluo held a very high position in her heart. Perhaps, before Xian could continue thinking, Xing said, "This is the most basic responsibility of a mother." As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, many of their doubts were resolved. Xian had previously guessed that Luoluo might be Xing's direct descendant. That was why they could sense each other's bloodline. Now, it seemed that it was indeed so. The manor master of the 100 Fox Manor, Xing was actually Luoluo's biological mother. Luoluo was also stunned. She also thought that she was Xing's descendant. She did not expect that she was Xing's daughter. Your inherited memories from your previous 8 lives have not been activated, so it is normal that you do not know, Xing said. After pausing for a moment, Luoluo could not help but cry. She threw herself into Xing's arms and murmured, "Mother." Xing was Luoluo's real mother. When Luoluo was in danger, it was reasonable for her to be heavily injured and help her block the heavenly tribulation. However, how could they solve the problem of the heavenly fox bloodline? Xian was also worried about Luoluo. After all, Luoluo was already 17 years old. There was only 1 year left before she turned 18. He knew that even if he did not bring Luoluo here, Xing would find Luoluo and reincarnate her again. However, the 9th reincarnation would not be so easy. Senior, can Luoluo's heavenly fox bloodline be suppressed? Xian asked. I have thought of ways to suppress it before, but it has never succeeded. Her father left the 100 Fox Manor to find the fox ancestor because of this. After all, the fox clan in the glazed light sacred ground are all descendants of the fox ancestor. As an ancestor, There might be a way to suppress the heavenly fox bloodline. However, Lulua's father has not been found. Even he has not heard of him. I don't know if... Hu Xing sighed. Then, Luo can only reincarnate again? Yi Xian frowned. There is less than a year left. I am afraid that is the only way. However, reincarnation is more difficult than the previous one. The previous few times, I invited the Reincarnation City Lord and spent a lot of effort to successfully reincarnate after wandering between heaven and earth for 100 years. This time, I estimate that I only have a 20% chance. Hu Xing sighed again. A 20% chance of success was 1 in 5. This was too small. Chapter 1526. I do have an independent space. If Luo enters it, I don't know if she can survive the heavenly tribulation, Yi Xian suddenly said. The independent space he was talking about was the plantation space. Luo usually cultivated in his plantation space. I guessed that too. However, I asked Zhuang Fei to open up a space, but the heavenly tribulation still came. I don't dare to take the risk. Hu Xing shook her head. Zhuang Fei was the nine-tailed fox who had the eye of space. However, the space he opened up was different from Yi Xian's system space. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk. What if the system space also had a heavenly tribulation? Wouldn't Luo be in trouble then? How powerful is the heavenly tribulation? Can you survive it if you break through to the imperishable stage? Yi Xian asked again. The first heavenly tribulation is equivalent to the full power attack of a 9th-level Samsara realm expert. After that, I have only seen 2 heavenly tribulations. Before these 2 heavenly tribulations arrived, the tribulation clouds that formed were so terrifying that even I trembled. I think even an imperishable stage expert can't survive it. Hu Xing replied. That means the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase with the number of reincarnations. Everyone present couldn't help but gulp. If even an imperishable stage expert couldn't survive it, then it would be troublesome. Yi Xian had wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and help Luo break through to the imperishable stage so that she could survive the heavenly tribulation. However, it seemed that it was impossible now. 1 year is too short. If I had 1 year, I could break through to the imperishable stage. However, the heavenly tribulation is getting stronger and stronger. Who knows how strong it will be this time? Yi Xian pondered. At the same time, he tried to find something that could suppress the heavenly loathe fox bloodline. However, he couldn't find anything. Hu Xing had tried to suppress the bloodline before, but Lolua's father had gone out to look for the fox ancestor. Not only was there no news of him, but he might also have died. The second method was reincarnation. However, the difficulty of reincarnation increased each time. Hu Xing only had a 20% chance of helping Luo reincarnate. The third method was to let Luo hide in the planting space. However, the Yi Xian in the system space was also uncertain. If there was a heavenly tribulation, then it would be troublesome. As for the fourth method, it was to let Luo grow stronger. She had to at least surpass the undead realm, which meant that she had to reach the reaching heaven realm. He was afraid that 1 year was not enough. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea and said, "By the way, Senior, last time you and the Samsara City Master joined hands to help Luo Samsara. What if you add a treasure of Samsara this time?" The treasure of Samsara. When she heard this, Luo suddenly recalled something and said, "Mother, young master obtained a base of the life and death disc." After that, venerable reincarnation descended twice. The base of the life and death disc was unearthed once and trembled violently once. Therefore, we estimate that, when Yi Xian heard this, he felt very helpless. He was already used to Luo calling him young master, but now that he knew that Luo was the daughter of the manor master of 100 Fox Mountain Villa, if he still called him young master, what if Hu Xing was unhappy? Life and death plate? Hu Xing was slightly surprised. This was the first time she heard this name, but venerable reincarnation was not unfamiliar to her. She paused and said, "Do you think that this venerable reincarnation that suddenly appeared is the original body of the life and death disc? Is it an artifact that turned into a demon?" There was an example of an artifact turning into a demon. Besides that, Wei Zhentian was also like this, but he could not transform into a human. If this venerable reincarnation is really formed by the life and death disc, as long as we beat him back to his original form, the success rate of Luoluo's reincarnation will increase, Yi Xian said. If that is the case, the success rate will indeed increase, and it will not be small. This is a delaying strategy. Hu Xing nodded slightly. Luoluo was almost 18 years old, and there was less than a year left. The most important thing now was to slow down. As long as Luoluo successfully reincarnated, Yi Xian would have a lot of time to grow. As long as he grew to a certain extent, it should not be a problem to solve the problem of the sky-loathed fox bloodline. Putting aside the fact that Luoluo would wander between heaven and earth, there was still 18 years after her birth. If Yi Xian was given 18 years, it would not be a problem for him to reach the heaven completion realm. He would only need 3 to 5 years. However, there was a problem again. This venerable reincarnation is already at the peak of the 9th level samsara realm. If he is willing to help, the success rate is not small. However, the samsara city governor and I have suppressed him, and this time, we took away an imperishable stage dragon bone. He must be resentful. It seems like we have to use a tough method. Hu Xing narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Previously, when Hu Xing and the samsara city governor were not careful, the venerable reincarnation had risen to the stage where he could contend with them. It was simply amazing. Of course, if the 100 Fox Manor and Samsara City were to mobilize all their forces, it would not be a problem to eliminate the venerable reincarnation. After pondering for a moment, Hu Xing said, however, the venerable reincarnation is extremely careful. He should be somewhere in the rotating chakra battlefield. The eyes of nature under the Samsara city governor and I are unable to enter the rotating chakra battlefield. It will not be that easy to find the venerable reincarnation. Perhaps we can find the venerable reincarnation through the base of the life and death plate. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out the base of the life and death plate. If it is as you think, it will be possible. However, there is a distance limit. Hu Xing said, the rotating chakra battlefield is not that simple. There is no administrator here, and the 3 administrators of the profound death battlefield are all in their own territories. Once an enemy appears, they will immediately take action and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and the others were shocked. In the Xian death battlefield, the 3 administrators were maintaining order and did not allow those at the 4th level samsara realm to attack. However, in the rotating chakra battlefield, they would only wander around their own territories. Once they discovered an enemy, they would attack without hesitation. If that was the case, it would be difficult for them to enter the territories of the venerable reincarnation. If the samsara city governor and I attack, the venerable reincarnation will immediately know. After all, the stronger one's aura is, the more the eyes of nature will be able to sense it. On the other hand, the lower one's cultivation is, the more difficult it will be, Hu Xing said. Yi Xian said without hesitation, if that is the case, then this task is best left to us. I am only at the 1st level samsara realm. Once I discover the venerable reincarnation, I can directly use my independent space to transport you all over and give him a heavy blow. Chapter 1527. Yes, but it should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level of the samsara realm. At this level, I won't be easily detected and my strength is guaranteed. Yi Xian nodded. If he was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm, then Old Tree and the others should be at the 5th or 6th level of the samsara realm. This way, they could fight above their level and survive in the samsara battlefield. Mother, young master's battle strength is very strong. He can fight above 4 levels at most. As long as he is given cultivation resources, he can quickly break through. Luoluo suddenly said. Actually, I found Luoluo not long after she was born. She was the only one who met you. I saw that you were getting along well with Luoluo, so I turned a blind eye. Hu Xing said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Indeed, Hu Xing had sent experts to protect Luoluo. However, his realm was too low at that time and he didn't notice at all. Your realm is the fastest I have seen. In just 3 years, you have grown to this level. I have high hopes for you. It's not impossible for you to break through to the imperishable realm in a year, but it won't be that easy to find a solution, Hu Xing continued. Yi Xian was 27 years old now. When he met Luo Luo, he was 24 years old. He spent 3 years to climb from the Supreme Being realm to the Rebirth realm. His talent was definitely unprecedented. Unfortunately, Luoluo's bloodline problem wasn't so simple to solve. Alright, I know a senior. He told me to come to the west of the land of reincarnation. Maybe this senior can? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Hearing this, Luoluo's eyes lit up. Mother, there is a senior in the Blood Rock continent called Old Immortal Tianju. Maybe he can help me. That barren continent actually has such an expert. Hu Xing found it unbelievable. Previously, the Blood Rock continent didn't even have a manifestation realm martial artist. It was unbelievable that such an expert could appear. Yi Xian estimated that Old Immortal Tianju was definitely at the imperishable realm. No, he was at least at the imperishable realm. Last time, Yi Xian had given Tianju Lao Xian a piece of the heavenly treasure map. Tianju Lao Xian had accepted it, and his mood had fluctuated greatly. This time, if Yi Xian asked for his help, it might be possible. Junior will go now, Yi Xian said immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, his second clone in the eastern continent immediately set off for the Great Wasteland. With his cultivation base, he quickly arrived. Come in. Tianju Elder Immortal seemed to know everything as he spoke. Yi Xian scanned the area with his eye of revelation and discovered that he still couldn't see through the formation. Luo Luo is saved. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he passed through the pillar of light and arrived in front of the wooden hut. Old Immortal Tianju had already come out and was looking at him. Senior, Yi Xian cupped his fists and prepared to tell him about Luo Luo. However, before he could say anything, Old Immortal Tianju said, I already know why you're here. You're here for that little fox, right? These words caused Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. Could it be that Old Immortal Tianju had the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how would he know about this matter? After all, he was still talking to Hu Xing. I'm afraid I can't do anything about that little fox's bloodline. Old Immortal Tianju shook his head. Senior, you're very powerful, but you can't do anything about it? Yi Xian couldn't help but feel surprised. He guessed that Old Immortal Tianju was at least an imperishable realm elite, or even a heaven ascension realm elite. Why couldn't he do anything? Old Immortal Tianju sighed and said, that little girl has the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body. This is a heaven-defying bloodline that is not tolerated by the heavens. It's my first time seeing it. My cultivation base is indeed much higher than yours, but I can't go against the heavens. Therefore, I can't suppress the bloodline. Hearing this, Yi Xian could only feel helpless. However, if you can't solve the problem of reincarnation, you can come to me and let her reincarnate. I can do it. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly added. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clasped his fist and said, Thank you, Senior. Immediately, he passed on Old Immortal Tianju's words through his original body. After hearing this good news, a smile appeared on Hu Xing's ice-cold face. She said, since this is the case, Luoluo's reincarnation problem can be considered solved. However, this will make you owe that elder a favor. As long as Luo Luo could successfully reincarnate, then Yi Xian would have at least 18 years. Within 18 years, breaking through to the Heaven Ascension realm would definitely not be a problem. The problem of reincarnation was solved. Next, it was the matter of reincarnation supremacy. Senior, that reincarnation supremacy's whereabouts are unknown. Let me investigate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Hu Xing nodded and said, You're breaking through quickly. What do you want? Just tell me. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony and directly said what he wanted, which were ores, fire attribute heavenly treasures and so on. I'll give you these things. Hu Xing was extremely generous and quickly got someone to prepare them. Then, she threw a Qian ring to Yi Xian. The things inside were priceless. Yi Xian excitedly took the Qian ring and checked its contents. In the next moment his eyes widened, and his heart almost couldn't take it anymore. The things inside the Qianquan ring had exceeded his expectations. The cultivation resources in this Qianquan ring are enough for a person to break through to the peak of the 8th level samsara realm. Hu Xing'er said. Yi Xian didn't expect there to be so much. However, with so many resources, he estimated that it would only be enough for him to break through to the 6th or 7th level samsara realm. After all, he had more experience points than the average person. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked Hu Xing'er and then began to devour the heavenly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 2nd level samsara realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 3rd level samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level samsara realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level samsara realm. Ding! Skeletal King has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 4th level samsara realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level samsara realm. Although Yi Xian had obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures, he held back because there was still a mission waiting for him. Hu Xing'er could sense the change in Yi Xian's aura and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. This kid indeed had a unique ability. In an instant, he had broken through from the 1st level samsara realm to the 3rd level samsara realm. How terrifying! Ordinary people couldn't break through even after thousands of years. However, Yi Xian had done it in an instant. Chapter 1528. Now that I am at the 3rd level of the samsara realm and the old tree are at the 5th level of the samsara realm, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the 6th or 7th level of the samsara realm. Moreover, I have a large amount of natural treasures in my devouring space. If I encounter any danger, I can make a breakthrough and resolve the crisis. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, the lower his cultivation level, the safer he would be. After all, his goal was to find the location of reincarnation supremacy, not to start a massacre. Of course, if he made a breakthrough in one go, he would be able to do as he pleased in the rotating chakra battlefield. However, it would not be so easy to lure reincarnation supremacy out. According to Hu Xing'er, reincarnation supremacy was very careful because he was afraid that the Samsara City Lord would join forces with her. When do you plan to move? Hu Xing'er asked. Yi Xian thought for a moment before replying, there's no time to lose. Let's move now. My 100 Fox Manor has also sent many geniuses into the rotating chakra battlefield to investigate. I have a map of where reincarnation supremacy might be hiding. Take it. After Hu Xing'er finished speaking, she threw a sheepskin scroll to Yi Xian. Yi Xian flipped it open and copied it into his devouring space. There were a total of 3 places on the map that were suspected to be reincarnation supremacy's hiding place. One was called Life and Death Canyon, one was called Reincarnation Peak, and the last was called Mount Eternal. Yi Xian sized up the map and found that Life and Death Canyon was the closest to their camp. It seemed that he could go there first to take a look. These 3 locations were summarized by the experts of the 100 Fox Manor, but no one had gone there before. After all, once an expert approached, it would alert the enemy. Without a doubt, Yi Xian was at the 3rd level of the samsara realm and ordinary people would not notice him unless the battle mark between his eyebrows was discovered. Since he had decided, Yi Xian immediately moved. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked into the reincarnation hall. It was Zhuang Fei who had the Eye of Space. Bring him to the edge of the rotating chakra battlefield. Hu Xing'er said to Zhuang Fei. Yes, Manor Lord. Zhuang Fei nodded and then broke through the void and opened a space door. Young master, be careful. Luo reminded him. She was currently only at the peak of the 9th tier of the profound death stage. Although she was about to break through to the samsara stage, her current strength was unlikely to be of much help. Therefore, Yi Xian asked her to stay in the 100 Fox Manor and accompany Hu Xing. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately led the old tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian through the space door. He had also left a void mark in the 100 Fox Manor, but when he passed through the space crossing door, he found that he was very far away from Luoluo, beyond the teleportation distance of the Eye of the Void. This is a space travel token. If you want to come back, you can crush it to open a space travel gate to 100 Fox Manor. Zhuang Fei took out a token and gave it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been worried about how to leave the rotating wheel battlefield, but now the problem had been solved. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian thanked him. Be careful. After saying this, Zhuang Fei returned to the space traversing door. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the rotating wheel battlefield, at the border of the western camp near the northern camp. Next, he would go to the Life and Death Canyon and use the base of the Life and Death Compass to check if Reincarnation Venerable was there. This mission was very important. After all, Reincarnation Venerable was as timid as a mouse and was afraid of being attacked by the Reincarnation Fox and the Samsara City Master. He could not alert the enemy, he had to kill him in one blow. After Zhuang Fei left, Yi Xian immediately took action and rushed toward the northern camp of the rotating wheel battlefield. The borders of the Xian Life battlefield and the Xian Death battlefield were always very popular. However, the rotating chakra battlefield was different. This was because all three camps of the rotating chakra battlefield had the eyes of myriad forms. Once they discovered an enemy, they would immediately kill them. Therefore, Yi Xian easily entered the northern camp's territory this time. The Life and Death Canyon is southeast of the northern camp, near the eastern camp of the Samsara City Master. With my speed, it would take me more than a month to reach it. It's too slow. Yi Xian thought to himself. He carefully looked at the map and realized that there was a teleportation array that could save him about half a month. However, the teleportation array was 2 to 3 days away from Yi Xian, so he still had to hurry. Although there was a large amount of natural treasures in the devouring space that could allow him to break through several times, he did not have the habit of wasting time. He was in charge of traveling while the Old Tree, Skeletal King, and Wei Zhentian split up and killed enemies along the way to increase his killing intent. The Old Tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm, and their auras were much stronger than Yi Xian. However, there were countless 5th-level Samsara realm experts in the rotating wheel battlefield, and they would not attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms unless they were extremely unlucky. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the teleportation array. However, this teleportation array was built behind a family, so it was not easy to use it. Young Master, if we cause a huge commotion, will we attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms? The Old Tree reminded him. The strongest person in this family is at the 7th level of the Samsara realm, so it's easy to annihilate them. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although that was the case, annihilating a family at the 7th level of the Samsara realm was not a small matter and would probably attract the attention of the Eyes of Thousand Forms. However, it was fine even if it attracted attention. After all, Yi Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, old immortal Tianju had said that if they could not reincarnate, they could ask him for help. Therefore, Luoluo's problem was temporarily solved. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not afraid anymore. Of course, it was best to avoid the Eyes of Thousand Forms if they could. Let's go and use the teleportation array directly. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Seeing that Yi Xian had made up his mind, the Old Tree and Skeletal King no longer concealed themselves and charged out. As for Yi Xian, he used the assassination mode to hide. The Old Tree and Skeletal King were both at the 5th level of the Samsara realm. Although their cultivation level was not high, they were not weak. As soon as they charged in, they were viewed as a thorn in the side of the family and were attacked by a concentrated fire. At the same time, Yi Xian went around them and headed for the teleportation array. There are enemies invading. They are courting death. Kill them. There is also a 5th level of the Samsara realm Skeletal King. We are really lucky this time. Capture him. They are very strong. Don't panic. Roars could be heard from the family. Due to the sudden appearance of the Old Tree and Skeletal King, they were at a loss and were defeated. Chapter 1529. Bastard, how dare you behave so atrociously here? You're courting death. The 3 6th-level Samsara Realm experts attacked at the same time. However, this was nothing to the old tree and the skeletal king. At this moment, Yi Xian had already sneaked to the teleportation array. Old tree, ribs, it's about time to get rid of these 3. Yi Xian said in his mind. Understood. The old tree immediately responded. This battle was quite intense. However, Yi Xian was now focusing on the mission and not on destroying this family clan. Halfway through the battle, the old tree and the skeletal king suddenly disappeared. They were kept in the planting space by Yi Xian. Where are they? Impossible, they must be hiding somewhere. Find them. The skeletal king is a rare exotic beast. We must capture it. They killed so many people. We must not let them go. This family clan was in an uproar. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds. However, in these 5 seconds, the old tree and the skeletal king had joined forces to kill many people, including a 6th-level Samsara Realm expert. Then, Yi Xian sneaked into the teleportation array and activated it. The teleportation array began to operate and light shone into the sky. What's going on? Why did the teleportation array suddenly activate? It must be those 2 intruders. Let's go and take a look. Did those 2 intruders infiltrate our family clan just to use the teleportation array? Everyone rushed towards the teleportation array. At this moment, Yi Xian had already activated the teleportation array. In a few seconds, the teleportation array would be successful. This teleportation array would only be used by Yi Xian. The old tree, the skeletal king, and Wei Zhentian were actually covering for him. As long as Yi Xian was successfully teleported away, they could kill themselves and revive beside Yi Xian. Damn you, don't even think about leaving. A loud roar was heard. The 7th-level Samsara Realm expert of this family clan had finally appeared. In the next moment, Yi Xian's teleportation array stopped operating. He did not expect the other party to have a remote control. *CK. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. It seemed like there was going to be a big battle this time. Since he couldn't leave quickly, then he might as well come. Yi Xian immediately gave orders to the old tree and the skeleton king. He only hoped that the Eye of Myriad wouldn't detect this place, otherwise, he might alert the enemy. Since they were going to kill him, they had to do it quickly. Undying Fighting Soul. The skeletal monarch immediately activated its skill. In the next moment, both its and Wei Zhentian's attributes doubled. So what if he was at the 7th level of the Samsara realm? The old tree was currently at the 5th level of the Samsara stage, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few 6th-level Samsara stage experts. As for the remaining people, he would leave them to Yi Xian. A feast of slaughter. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and used Killing Feast, which had a cooldown of 1 day. At the same time, he was using his soul eye to control his opponent. If they were to go all out in this battle, it would not last for long. The 7th-level Samsara stage expert's face turned extremely gloomy when he saw how powerful the skeletal monarch was. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Humph, you want to use the teleportation array? No way. The 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor's eyes flashed and he took the opportunity to form a few hand seals. Soon after, the teleportation array made a series of banging sounds. *CK, you want to destroy the teleportation array? Yi Xian immediately reacted. If the teleportation array was destroyed, he would have to travel for half a month. This wouldn't do. Grasp of the Underworld. The skeletal monarch activated another skill and forcefully pulled the 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The skeletal monarch swung the enormous sword and slashed the 7th-level Samsara stage ancestor's body. In an instant, the ancestor's head was separated from his body. The ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After the ancestor's death, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of killing intent. Unfortunately, the skeletal monarch was still a little too slow. A portion of the teleportation array was destroyed. However, the damage wasn't severe and Yi Xian could still repair it. At this moment, the strongest person in the family was already dead and the remaining people were just a bunch of motley crew. Yi Xian and the other 2 joined forces. In addition to the cultivators who were resurrected by the skeletal monarch's will of death, they easily dealt with everyone. The will of death wouldn't consume anything as long as they resurrected someone with a low cultivation realm. However, if they wanted to resurrect someone of the same cultivation realm or higher, they would need the soul water in their soul pool. This would reduce the enhancement of the elegy of souls. Soon, all the upper echelons of the family died in the hands of Xian. Old tree, spare ribs, same as usual. Xian said to the old tree and the skeletal monarch. Same as usual, it was time to loot. After all, the teleportation array was slightly damaged and it would be a waste not to take it. Ding, beginning to repair the teleportation array. Fortunately, the damage to the teleportation array wasn't severe and was only 10% damaged. Even so, it would take more than half a day to repair. After all, the teleportation array was a little far away. This family was courting death. Xian originally just wanted to borrow it and didn't want to make too much of a fuss. However, when they saw the old tree and the skeletal monarch, all of them seemed to have gone crazy. Xian had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, he was really prepared to let this family go. The teleportation array began to slowly repair. The people in this family had all left, leaving only Xian and the other two. Xian guessed that they had gone to get reinforcements. If the manager of the Reincarnation Supremacy's camp came, it would be troublesome. Xian only hoped that he could leave this place before the manager found out. However, things weren't as easy as imagined. Just as Xian was repairing the teleportation array, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. The Eye of Nature. F***CK, what I'm afraid of is happening. Xian cursed and immediately raised his attention. It was said that the Eyes of Myriad Forms was an expert at the 9th level of the Samsara realm. Even if it was a spatial attack, it would be enough to instantly kill Xian. At this moment, Xian was prepared to devour those treasures. However, if he did that, the old tree and the skeletal monarch's realms would also increase. It wasn't a good sign. However, after the Eye of Nature appeared, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it condensed into an illusory figure. Xian was very unfamiliar with this illusory figure. It wasn't the one who helped the other two kill the skeletal dragon that day. Strange, does the Reincarnation Supremacy have the Eye of Nature? Xian immediately reacted. This Eye of Nature wasn't the one he encountered that day. This person's aura wasn't that strong. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Supremacy's territory? The illusory figure that looked like a young man said coldly. Can't I kill the enemy and obtain battle merits? Chapter 1530. This was a world where the strong were respected, who hadn't killed others for their treasures. Furthermore, this was the rotating chakra battlefield that was divided into factions. I'd like to see if your strength is as good as your mouth. The young man's eyes suddenly flickered. In the next moment, the air in front of Xian distorted and exploded. Bang! However, Xian had left before this happened. This attack was more than 10 times weaker than the attack from the 9th level Samsara Realm expert. If it was the Eyes of Myriad expert under Reincarnation Supremacy, Xian's body would have exploded and he would not have survived. Unfortunately, this person was not the Eyes of Myriad expert. I see. There are more than 3 managers in the rotating chakra battlefield. There are many Eyes of Myriad experts. I knew it. Xian immediately understood. This was because he had sent a voice transmission to Luo and received Hu Xing'er's reply. There were many Eyes of Myriad experts in 100 Fox Manor. Although not many of them could be used across space, they would occasionally patrol the battlefield. Some of them were only at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, while others were at the 8th level. As long as they discovered an enemy in their territory, they would immediately report it and send stronger people to deal with them. There were many fake managers in Reincarnation Supremacy's territory, and this young man was one of them. Xian estimated that this young man was only at the 7th level of the Samsara realm. Of course, those who could become fake managers were not ordinary. This young man's combat strength was probably not on the same level as the patriarch of this family. Even so, Xian did not take him seriously. Old tree rib, scatter him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the two of them. Roger. Hearing this, old Shu quickly flashed out. You're courting death. The young man immediately attacked when he saw the two of them attacking. Unfortunately, Old Tree and Skeletal King were not easy to deal with and easily avoided his attack. Regardless of whether it was attack power or attack speed, they were far inferior to that person. What was the use of this Eyes of Myriad? Damn it! The young man cursed angrily. At this moment, the old tree just happened to flash to the top of his head. Then he threw out a flaming fist and hit the Eye of All Things. Bang! The Eye of All Forms trembled violently when it was attacked. Then came the attack of the Skeleton King. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out as the Eye of Myriad Forms was struck, causing it to tremble once more. Damn it! If you have the guts, don't leave. Fight my true body. The young man cursed. Oh, Your Holiness? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, How long will it take? I'll be there soon, you bunch of trash. Wait until my true body arrives, I'll definitely kill you all. The young man said in exasperation. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to leave first and wait for the array formation to be repaired before returning. However, after hearing the young man's words, he suddenly changed his mind. This young man had a pair of Eyes of Myriad Forms, and he had cultivated them to the point where he could use them across space. If Yi Xian could devour them, not only would he be able to increase his power of myriad forms, but he might also have the ability to travel across space. This young man must be killed. All right, I'll be waiting here. Yi Xian immediately replied. The young man snorted coldly. Then, Old Tree destroyed the Eye of Myriad Forms with a punch, and the young man's silhouette disappeared. How dare a mere 7th-level Samsara Realm cultivator show off in front of him? He was courting death. Sure enough, 3 minutes after the Eye of Myriad Forms was destroyed, the young man's main body really came. It seemed like he was nearby and happened to witness the destruction of this family. Old Tree Rib, go and deal with him. Yi Xian said to the two of them. At the same time, he added, use the sky-shattering meteor slash. You must kill him in one hit. After receiving the order, Old Tree and the Skeleton King immediately charged out. You really didn't leave? You're courting death. The young man did not waste his breath and condensed another Eye of Myriad Forms. Then, his true body and the Eye of Myriad Forms attacked together. Yi Xian stood next to the transportation formation and watched the battle. His attention was not entirely on the battle. He was still observing the surroundings to see if other managers had arrived. If something was wrong, he would immediately soar into the sky and make a breakthrough when necessary. I wonder if this kid has notified the others. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Old Tree and the Skeleton King were already fighting with the young man. The young man was indeed powerful, much more powerful than the deceased patriarch of the family. In addition, his true body had arrived, and the Eye of Myriad Forms was powerful. He was actually evenly matched with Old Tree and the other two. If it were not for the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Old Tree, Skeleton King, and Wei Zhentian might have been defeated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an ominous premonition, which made him reveal a worried expression. Forget it, I'll make another breakthrough. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly made a decision. Immediately afterward, the Skeleton King suddenly slashed, and a dark gray sword chi swept out. Sky-shattering flowing rock slash. The power of this attack was second only to Unicorn's Descent, but it was not so easy to hit. Not a bad attack, but it can't hit me. So what if it's strong? The young man's eyes flashed, but he did not move at all. Whoosh whoosh. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash brushed past the young man's head and did not hurt him. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that the sky-shattering flowing rock slash was repelled by the all-creation's force that the young man had condensed. This kid is indeed quite capable. But so what? Devour. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 4th level Samsara Realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara Realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding! Skeleton King has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at 6th level Samsara realm. Ding! Sky-shattering flowing rock slash is now off cooldown. The moment the sky-shattering flowing rock slash missed, Xian directly devoured a large amount of treasures and broke through to 4th level Samsara realm. The sky-shattering flowing rock slash that he had just used was also restored due to the ores that he had devoured. Now, the old tree, the Skeleton King, and the old tree were only 1 level away from the young man. If they joined forces, they would probably be able to easily crush the young man. What? The young man was shocked when he sensed that the auras of the old tree and the Skeleton King had skyrocketed. How was it possible that both of them had made a breakthrough in the middle of a battle? There was definitely something fishy about this. This was because the old tree had made a breakthrough from 5th level Samsara realm to 6th level Samsara realm. He had not just entered the 6th level Samsara realm. However, the young man did not have the time to think about this. This was because the attacks of the old tree and the Skeleton King had instantly become several times stronger. Chapter 1531. However, if that was the case, the old tree and the Skeletal King's auras would be too powerful and would be easily detected by the managers. In that case, it would be difficult for them to move around. Although the old tree and the Skeletal King were no longer afraid of the most powerful eye of nature after devouring everything, reincarnation supremacy would probably be wary of them once they unleashed their powerful strength. This was also the reason why Xian did not devour everything immediately. Who asked reincarnation supremacy to be so timid? After the old tree and the Skeletal King broke through, the young man did not even last 3 rounds before his head was chopped off by the Skeletal King. He did not even have the chance to say his last words. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian quickly got the old tree to pluck the young man's eye. However, at that moment, another eye suddenly opened in the sky. It was the eye of nature again. However, Xian was very familiar with the eye of nature this time. Oh no, let's go! Without hesitation, Xian hid the old tree and Megatron in the planting space before leaving through the void. This eye of nature was the one that had joined forces with the other 2 managers to kill the peak 9th level Samsara realm skeletal dragon. It was a subordinate of reincarnation supremacy. If Xian was targeted by it, he would probably have no choice but to break through. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and directly entered the void door. However, before that, the eye of nature had already seen Xian. It's this kid? The powerhouse recognized Xian. However, he sensed that Xian was only at the 4th level Samsara realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, Xian was only at the 1st level Samsara realm back then. How was it possible that he had broken through to the 4th level Samsara realm in such a short time? Moreover, he had even killed one of the managers under his command. His strength was not weak at all. However, the powerhouse did not intend to report such a small matter to reincarnation supremacy. Instead, he began to wander around but did not discover Xian. What he did not know was that Xian had already broken through the void and left that place. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, this matter would have been troublesome. At the same time, he guessed that the strongest subordinate of reincarnation supremacy, the eye of all things, should know where reincarnation supremacy was. As long as he captured him and searched his soul, he might be able to find out where reincarnation supremacy was. However, this matter could be discussed later. Young master, these are that person's eyes. The old tree handed the 2 eyes of myriad forms to Xian. He had also taken off his universe ring earlier, but Xian was not interested in these things. Very good. Xian nodded in satisfaction. When he received the 2 eyes of nature, he immediately devoured them. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of nature. The effect of the force of nature has increased. Ding! Host has comprehended celestial eyes, space-crossing eyes. System notifications rang one after another, letting Xian know that it was worth it to expose himself this time. Originally, there were only 5 celestial eyes. They were the eye of insight, the eye of perception, the eye of void, the eye of soul, and the eye of eternity. Now, there was an additional space-crossing eyes. The space-crossing eyes allowed one to use the eye of nature and the eye of death, as well as the eye of insight, the eye of perception, and the eye of soul. Based on the power of the young man just now, he had obtained the eye of nature from a heaven-reaching beast. He had spent a lot of time practicing it to the point where he could use it across space. Now, this ability had been obtained by Yi Xian. Not only that, but Yi Xian could also use it with various celestial eyes. The effect was quite good. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used his eye of transcendence and condensed an eye of myriad forms. This huge eye of nature was condensed a day's journey away from Yi Xian. Coincidentally, there was a small force under this eye of nature. Then Yi Xian used the eye of insight again. With the help of the eye of nature, he could clearly see the internal environment of the people in this small force. After combining the space-crossing eyes and the eye of nature, he could also use the celestial eyes. It was simply too powerful. From now on, even if the enemy was outside of Yi Xian's field of vision, he could use the eye of nature and use the eye of soul on them. This time, there were gains and losses. Although he had gained one more technique, he was discovered by the strongest eye of nature. Fortunately, he was only at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. The old tree and the skeletal monarch were only at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, so they should not attract the attention of the reincarnation supremacy. Unfortunately, while the formation was still being repaired, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. I wonder if the strongest eye of nature is still around. If he investigates and finds out that I'm going to use this teleportation formation, I won't be able to use it with him guarding it, Yi Xian thought to himself. It would take him more than a month to reach the life and death canyon when he was at the 3rd level of the Samsara realm. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of the Samsara realm, the time needed was greatly reduced. Yi Xian estimated that if he broke through again, he would be able to reach the life and death canyon within 7 days. However, he felt that it was better to wait for a while. Perhaps the strongest eye of nature had already left? He waited for half a day until he heard the system notification. Ding! The teleportation formation has been repaired. Upon hearing this, he could not help but break through the void and return to the family. This family was still desolate and there was not a single person. After passing through the void door, Yi Xian first used the eye of perception and the eye of insight to investigate and found that there were no experts in the surroundings. He immediately flashed into the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation lit up and the teleportation began. A few seconds later, the teleportation was successful. When his vision cleared, Yi Xian discovered that he had appeared in a cave. This was the teleportation formation's landing point. It seems that the eye of nature has not caught up with me. Let's leave first. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly left the teleportation formation's landing point. It seemed that this was a close call. However, he did not know if the owner of the Eye of Nature had reported this matter to the reincarnation's supremacy. Therefore, it was better to leave first. Yi Xian immediately left his original spot and headed towards the Life and Death Canyon. He was currently at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. The old tree, the skeleton, and Wei Zhentian were already at the 6th level of the Samsara realm. He was confident that he could deal with an 8th level of the Samsara realm expert. However, after traveling for a day, he was discovered by the Eye of Nature. No, it should be said that he discovered an Eye of Nature. Rumble! At this moment, there was a group of people in front of him who were fighting with an Eye of Nature. This group of people were between the 5th and 6th level of the Samsara realm. However, they were so powerful that they could probably challenge those of a higher level. As for that Eye of Nature, it was not the one that Yi Xian saw dealing with the bone dragon. Yi Xian reckoned that it was only at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Chapter 1532. However, Yi Xian's attention was not on this, but on another team. This team wasn't locals, but rather from the 100 Fox Villas camp. Yi Xian saw that they all had 9 tails behind them. Our own people? Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that there was a white light shining between their eyebrows, indicating that they were from the same camp. Since that was the case, he could not just stand by and watch. Old tree, ribs, little, go. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly made his decision. Old Tree, who was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, was extremely fast. He continuously sent his remnant flame clones over and instantly joined the battle. What? The few Fox clan geniuses were stunned when they saw this. However, when they saw the white light between Old Tree's eyebrows, they immediately reacted. They were here to help. Old Tree took the lead and immediately launched an attack on the Eye of Myriad. Shortly after, the Skeletal King attacked. The two of them worked together and directly dealt a large amount of damage to the Eye of Myriad. Another one who doesn't care about his life. The Eye of Myriad snorted coldly as its gaze landed on Old Tree. A surge of myriad energy wrapped around Old Tree, but Old Tree immediately used Remnant Flame to escape. Bang! A huge explosion occurred where Old Tree was, and the power was enough to severely injure an ordinary 6th level Samsara realm expert. You're just a myriad manifestation realm expert. Even if your true body is here, I'm not afraid of you. Old Tree growled as he joined forces with the Skeletal King to attack again. This time, the Eye of All Things was directly crushed. The few Fox clan geniuses were extremely shocked. They could not do anything to the Eye of Myriad, but Old Tree and the Skeletal King joined forces and directly obliterated it. They were quite powerful. This is not the place to talk. Come in with me. Yi Xian had already rushed over. He quickly tore through the void and entered. Although the Eye of Myriad Forms was defeated, a second Eye of Myriad Forms was about to descend. They had to leave this place, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. The Fox tribe youths looked at each other and decided to trust Yi Xian for the time being. Then, they entered the void door. Hua! When the void gate closed, an Eye of All Things appeared in the sky. It was the one that had been destroyed. Damn it, he actually ran away. That person couldn't believe it. He hurriedly began to search the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. At this moment, Yi Xian had already teleported to a hidden place. This was a void mark he had left behind on his way here. Thank you for your help, senior. One of the youths from the Fox tribe walked out and cupped his fists towards the Old Tree. Are you from 100 Fox Manor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes. The young man nodded. Then, do you recognize this? Yi Xian suddenly took out a token from the devouring space. This was given to him by Hu Xing'er, the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor, before he left. This is the 100 Fox token. The youth's eyes widened. Only the higher-ups of 100 Fox Manor could possess this 100 Fox token. Yi Xian was only at the 4th level of the Samsara realm. Furthermore, he was a human. How could he possess such a token? This was given to me by your Manor Lord. She sent me to assist in investigating the whereabouts of Samsara supremacy. Do you have any news? Yi Xian asked. The youths looked at each other. In the end, the leader of the Fox tribe youths said, we just investigated the Life and Death Canyon. We didn't find Samsara supremacy. However, we heard something else. What is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. The leader of the Fox tribe youths carefully sized up the 100 Fox token and replied, the Samsara City Lord is dead. Boom. This news was like a bolt from the blue that struck Yi Xian's head. The Samsara City Lord is dead? That can't be. The Samsara City Lord is an expert on the same level as your Manor Lord. How could he be dead? Yi Xian could not believe it. We can't guarantee it, but we are at least 80% sure. The leader of the Fox tribe youth's eyes flickered. He was very confused when he heard this news. However, they only learned this news after controlling a person and searching his soul. That person had even seen half of the indestructible realm dragon skeleton with his own eyes. Even the dragon skeleton has been snatched away. Yi Xian gulped. He felt that this matter was serious. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo. Luo Luo then informed Hu Xing'er, the Manor Lord of 100 Fox Manor. A few seconds later, Luo Luo replied through voice transmission, Young Master, Mother asked you to return first. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could roughly guess what had happened. He took out the space travel token that Zhuang Fei had given him and opened a spatial door to return to 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He led the way and returned to Samsara Hall. At this moment, there were already many Fox tribe experts sitting in Samsara Hall. There were more than 100 of them who were at least at the Samsara realm. The youths from the Fox tribe almost wet their pants when they saw this scene. These hundreds of Fox tribe experts were the leaders of the hundreds of Fox tribe branches in 100 Fox Manor. Each branch had a different bloodline. There were shadow foxes, ice foxes, moonlight foxes, and so on. Even Xianxia did not expect so many experts to gather. It seemed that the Samsara city lord had indeed met with an accident. It was very likely that he had died. Hu Hong greets the manor lord and the other leaders. The leader of the youths hurriedly said, "How did you know that the Samsara city lord had died?" Hu Xing asked directly. "It's like this," Hu Hong began to explain. He had been ordered to investigate the life and death canyon. He did not manage to find anything, so he headed to the Samsara peak. However, along the way, the people he had charmed witnessed an earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. The two sides of the battle were the experts under the Samsara Supremacy and the Samsara City Lord. It turned out that the Samsara Supremacy had sent people to steal the Samsara City Lord's half-dragon bone. The Samsara City Lord had then sent people to steal it. At that time, the top expert under the Samsara Supremacy, Gao Yunlong, had used the Eye of All Things to control the dragon bone in battle. The experts under the Samsara City Lord were no match for the Samsara City Lord and were surrounded. Then, Gao Yunlong began to recruit people and spread the news that the Samsara City Lord had died. When the experts under the Samsara City Lord heard the news, they immediately tried to send a message back. However, they did not receive a reply from the Samsara City Lord. Although Hu Hong and the others did not witness the battle with their own eyes, the person he had searched was at the Samsara realm 7th level. This person had seen it with his own eyes, so it could not be fake. After hearing Hu Hong's words, the gazes of the 100 tribe leaders gathered on Hu Xing. When I heard the news, I immediately contacted the Samsara City Lord. However, I did not receive any reply. Chapter 1533. Hu Xing and the Samsara City Master had been good friends for many years. Before the appearance of the Samsara Supremacy, the two of them managed the land of reincarnation together. Under normal circumstances, the Samsara City Master would reply almost immediately, but now, when the 100 tribe patriarchs heard this, their hearts trembled. It seemed that something had happened to the Samsara City Master. The Samsara City Master is not as strong as the Villa Master, but he should be stronger than the Samsara Supremacy. How did he suddenly die? One of the tribe patriarchs couldn't help but ask. That's right. The Samsara City Master has a 9th level Samsara Realm Eye of All Things under him. With him patrolling the territory, he should be the first to discover the arrival of an expert. The Samsara City Master might not have died. There might be other reasons, but it's a fact that the indestructible dragon bone was stolen. If the Samsara City Master is really dead, the Samsara Supremacy will probably attack us. Villa Master, what should we do? Everyone's eyes gathered on Hu Xing again. After thinking for a while, Hu Xing said, "Let's wait and see." Although she said that, she still ordered them to strengthen the defense. As for Xianxia, he stood in the corner and listened to the 100 Fox Manors meeting. He was also planning in his heart. The Samsara City Master's death or disappearance must be related to the Samsara Supremacy. The Samsara Supremacy's actions were mostly related to the indestructible dragon bone. With this corpse, they could break through the shackles of the Samsara realm and break through to the indestructible realm. The land of reincarnation didn't have an indestructible realm expert. If they could break through to the indestructible realm, the Samsara Supremacy wouldn't even be afraid of the Samsara Fox. Soon, the meeting ended and the 100 tribe patriarchs left. For the next period of time, they tried to avoid going out as much as possible in case something unexpected happened. Xianxia, what did you gain this time? After everyone left, Hu Xing turned her head to look at Xianxia. I only gained one thing, which is that I comprehended the Eye of All Things. However, I don't dare to use it in the territory for fear of being discovered. Xianxia said slowly. The Eye of All Things was indeed very useful, but it was a pity that the Eye of All Things couldn't be used to locate a target in the void. Otherwise, his traveling speed would be unprecedented, and when stacked together, it would be comparable to the eye of space. I've caught quite a few of the enemies you asked me to capture. I'll send them to you now, Hu Xing'er said. Before Yi Xian left, he had asked Hu Xing'er to capture some enemies for no reason other than to increase his killing intent and elegy of souls. After all, the 100 Fox Manor's Eye of Nature and Eye of Space had joined forces, and they had even entered other territories to capture them. The other territories here were not referring to the rotating chakra battlefield. After all, the battle imprint would only be activated on the battlefield. If it was outside, there was no difference between the enemy camp and the same camp. Yi Xian was also looking forward to it. He wondered how many enemies Hu Xing'er had captured for him. After a while, these people were lined up in several groups and escorted over. When Yi Xian saw them, he was completely shocked. These captured experts were all at least at the 6th level of the Samsara realm, and there were even a few at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Time is of the essence. Is it enough to capture these people? Hu Xing'er looked at Yi Xian and said, It's enough, it's enough. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. With so many people, it was enough for his killing intent value to reach the upper limit. Skeletal King, go. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly gave the order to the Skeletal King. When the Skeletal King heard this, its pair of ghostly eyes flickered twice, and then it charged out with its heaven-shaking sword. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent value has increased. System notifications rang out one after another, and Yi Xian's killing intent value soared. These people were all captives and had been charmed, so they could only quietly wait for the Skeletal King's blade to descend. With each death, the Skeletal King's elegy of soul skill would increase. After he killed hundreds of people, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! Host's killing intent value has reached the upper limit. Ding! Host can exchange killing intent value for Devourer points. Do you want to proceed? Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Ding! Killing intent value has been cleared successfully. Host has obtained 1 Devourer point. As the system notification rang out, Yi Xian's killing intent value increased by 1 point. Now, he had 6 Devourer points. With 3 more Devourer points, he could merge the 2 battle bloodlines and fuse them into an even more powerful immortal bloodline. After the Skeletal King killed everyone, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the elegy of soul skill and realized that it had increased to 30%. After all, the Skeletal King was at the 6th level of the Samsara realm. Although the benefits from killing enemies weren't great, it was better than nothing. In the long run, the elegy of soul skill could double or triple its original effect. Moreover, there was no upper limit. If this wasn't a divine skill, then what was? At this moment, Hu Xing'er looked at the corpses on the ground and asked slowly, What are you going to do next? After hearing this question, Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying. Right now, this venerable samsara might have already obtained the undead stage dragon bone. Perhaps he has already started comprehending it, so I need to find him as soon as possible. Then you have to be careful. If reincarnation supremacy wants to go into seclusion, he will definitely send more people. Hu Xing'er reminded him. But Yi Xian nodded in response. Then, Zhuang Fei, who had the Eye of Space, gave him a space travel token. Then Yi Xian sent Yi Xian to the Northern Territory. This time, not only did he obtain news, but he also obtained a Devourer point, which was considered good. His next plan was to see if he could obtain the dragon bone. This way, reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be able to comprehend the corpse. Hu Xing'er also started to take action. While accepting the experts from the Eastern Territory, she also started to pressure reincarnation supremacy to occupy his territory. Young master, do you want to break through directly? This way, we won't have to fear anyone other than reincarnation supremacy. Old Tree suddenly suggested. Yi Xian had considered this problem before. He was at the 4th level of the Samsara realm now. As long as he devoured everything, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Samsara realm. Old Tree and Skeletal King would be able to reach the 8th level of the Samsara realm at the very least. This way, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Samsara battlefield or even the entire land of reincarnation. Alright, but after breaking through, the number of times you guys appear will decrease. Yi Xian said to Old Tree and Skeletal King. Understood. Old Tree nodded. In that case, let's do it. Chapter 1534. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. Ding. Skeletal King has made a breakthrough. Current level of Samsara realm. After 8 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's cultivation level soared to 6th Samsara realm. Now, he was not even afraid of 9th Samsara realm experts. As long as he could find reincarnation supremacy, he would release the Old Tree and Skeletal King before killing them with his ultimate move. However, before that, the Old Tree and Skeletal King would not be able to fight as their cultivation levels were too high. The moment they appeared, they would be discovered by the eye of nature. As for Wei Zhentian, he was only a weapon and did not have any aura. Therefore, he could come out to fight. Although the Life and Death Canyon has been investigated, it is the closest place to the battle. Perhaps the other party sent the dragon bone there. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately took action. He broke through the void and returned to the place where he had met He Yuhong and the others before rushing to the Life and Death Canyon. With his speed, he would arrive at the Life and Death Canyon in less than a day. However, his journey was not that smooth. Yi Xian, who was hurrying along, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt a strange energy above his head. He raised his head and saw that there was an eye of all things that was staring at him. Haha, it's you again. You're courting death. A hearty laugh came from the eye of nature. Yi Xian was delighted when he heard it. It turned out that the eye of nature that had attacked He Yuhong and the others was only at 8th Samsara realm. Before Yi Xian could speak, he used the force of nature to attack Yi Xian. A mere 8th level Samsara stage practitioner dares to find trouble with me? Without another word, Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Swish! The flaming sword chi tore through the air and struck the eye of all manifestations. After being struck, the eye of all manifestations trembled violently for a moment before collapsing. Instant kill. Not to mention the eyes of myriad forms, even if the person himself came, he would not be able to block this move. Previously, Yi Xian had been passive when facing the eye of myriad forms. Now, he had to take the initiative to attack. Now that I have the heaven traversing 10,000 elephants, I might be able to track this person down. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used his eye of revelation to observe and discovered that there were some changes in the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi. North. After some observation, Yi Xian found some clues. This 10,000 mammoths traversing 10,000 mammoths was actually using the 10,000 mammoths force to gather the surrounding heaven and earth essence qi to form the 10,000 mammoths eye. The eye of myriad forms was similar to the person himself. Most people would not be able to discover it, but Yi Xian had the eye of revelation and immediately detected it. Before Yi Xian could leave, the eye of myriad forms appeared again. You bastard! Yi Xian did not wait for him to finish speaking. He immediately attacked and destroyed the eye of myriad forms. Then, he ran a few more steps and another eye of myriad forms appeared. However, before it could open its mouth, it was destroyed by Yi Xian. After using the eye of myriad forms several times, Yi Xian could confirm the other party's location. Let me see where you are. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he immediately used the technique he had just learned. Heaven traversing 10,000 elephants. An eye of myriad forms suddenly condensed in a place more than an hour away from him. Within the eye of myriad forms was a mountain range. Yi Xian used the Eye of Myriad Forms to look and discovered an aura coming from the bottom of the mountain range. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately attacked. Bang, bang, bang. The Eye of Myriad Forms began to bombard the mountain range. When the person in the mountain range heard the commotion, he no longer condensed the Eye of Myriad Forms to chase after Yi Xian. Instead, he went out to take a look. The next moment, he was shocked. Eye of Myriad Forms? He knew all the people on his side who possessed the heaven-traversing 10,000 elephants. However, the Eye of Myriad Forms in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. It was obviously an enemy. Before he could speak, Yi Xian attacked directly. Humph, you're courting death. The man snorted coldly and directly destroyed Yi Xian's Eye of Myriad Forms. However, Yi Xian did not condense the Eye of Myriad Forms again because he had already achieved his goal. Death warrant. He had already issued a death warrant to this man. At the same time, Yi Xian was also rushing over. This man is at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Perhaps he knows where reincarnation supremacy is, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to kill this man, seize his Eye of Myriad Forms, and then search his soul. An 8th level Samsara realm martial artist who possessed the Eye of Myriad Forms was considered a high-level martial artist. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At this moment, the man still did not know that the Eye of Myriad Forms belonged to Yi Xian. He was still investigating his surroundings, but it seemed like Yi Xian was the only one nearby. Could it be this kid? The man's heart trembled. Yi Xian was the only one in the surroundings. Moreover, Yi Xian was currently running towards him. It was easy for him to be suspected. This kid can actually destroy my Eye of Myriad Forms multiple times. He's quite capable. The man pondered for a moment before heading towards Yi Xian. The two of them faced each other and Yi Xian issued a death warrant to his opponent. In less than half an hour, the two of them met. Kid, where did you come from? The man could not help but ask when he saw how calm Yi Xian was. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Yi Xian did not waste any more time and immediately attacked. Swish. A flaming sword chi pierced through the air. If this attack landed on the man, he would definitely be severely injured. However, the man's strength was not to be underestimated. He also possessed the Eye of Myriad Forms. Even if he could not dodge the sword chi, he could still defeat it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was currently using a strategy to end the battle quickly. After the man dodged his sky incinerating sword technique, the old tree and the skeleton king suddenly appeared on his left and right. What? The man's eyes widened. He did not notice how the old tree and the skeleton king appeared. Before he could react, the old tree had already flashed behind him. The old tree was already at the 8th level of the Samsara realm and possessed extremely powerful offensive strength. His attack was probably stronger than Yi Xian's. Bang! The man's back was severely injured and he was sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized himself. However, the skeleton king was already charging towards him. Chapter 1535. Grip of the Underworld. A strange force wrapped around the man's body and forced him to rapidly approach the skeletal king. Oh no! The man's heart trembled as he hurriedly used the all-creation's force to attack the skeletal king. Furthermore, the attack penetrated the skeletal king's tough armor and exploded in his body. Bang! A muffled sound was heard from the skeletal king's body. However, this kind of attack was child's play to him. As long as his body was not injured more than 4/5, the system would not judge him as dead. With the immortal phoenix bloodline, he could immediately recover from his injuries. The man who was pulled toward the skeletal king was attacked by Yi Xian, the old tree, and the skeletal king at the same time. He instantly died. Of course, Yi Xian deliberately kept the man's eyes of 10,000 forms intact. An 8th level Samsara realm expert was instantly killed by the three of them. After the man died, Yi Xian quickly put away the eyes of 10,000 forms and the interspatial ring. Then, he hid the old tree and the other two in the planting space before he flew away. The old tree and the skeletal king's auras were 8th level Samsara realm experts. Their sudden appearance would probably attract attention. Indeed, not long after Yi Xian left, an eye of 10,000 forms appeared in the sky. This time, Yi Xian had seen it before. It was Gao Yunlong, one of the subordinates of Samsara Realm Supremacy. He was also the one who controlled half of the skeletal dragon and killed the Samsara city governor's team. Was it an illusion? Gao Yunlong used the sky-traversing 10,000 forms to survey the area but did not discover anything. Then he left. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the area and was hiding. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creations force has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 forms. The all creations force has increased. After devouring 2 eyes of 10,000 forms, Yi Xian felt that his strength had increased again. Furthermore, the distance of the sky traversing 10,000 forms had increased as well. He had also kept the corpse of the man just now. It just so happened that he could use his soul eye to search through this person's memories. However, as a 6th-level Samsara Realm expert, it would probably take a lot of time to search the corpse of an 8th-level Samsara Realm expert. However, there was no other choice. After all, the Sky Traversing token that Zhuang Fei had given him was Sky Traversing token. This time, he spent a full 2 days searching through his memories. 2 days later, although Yi Xian didn't find the content he was looking for, which was the location of Venerable Samsara, he discovered something else. The number 1 expert under Reincarnation Supremacy, Gao Yunlong, usually lingers around the Reincarnation Summit. Unless something strange happens, he usually won't leave. However, the Reincarnation Summit was quite a distance away from him. It would take him about 10 days to get there. Moreover, there was no teleportation array in between. It would not be easy to get there. Villa Master gave me a lot of cultivation resources and I used them to break through to the 6th level of the Samsara Realm. In addition to the spoils from 2 days ago, I am about to break through. Why don't I wait until I break through to the 7th level of the Samsara Realm? Yi Xian was planning. The old tree and the skeletal king were about to break through as well. Once they broke through to the 9th level of the Samsara Realm Supremacy would not be able to cause any trouble even if he broke through to the imperishable stage. Yi Xian planned carefully and came up with a leveling up route. This route would lead him to the Samsara Realm Supremacy and there were many forces he could use to break through. Then he set off. Since he could communicate with Luo through voice transmission, he reported his progress to Hu Xing. At the same time, he also received some news. The Samsara city governor had really died. This news was brought by the eyes of 10,000 forms expert under the Samsara city governor. It was said that the Samsara city governor was poisoned by an unknown poison and died after half a day of closed-door cultivation. When Hu Xing heard this news, she couldn't help but shudder. What kind of poison could kill the Samsara city governor, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Samsara realm? The Samsara city governor was half a step into the imperishable stage and the mysterious life chi in his body was strong. Ordinary poisons wouldn't be able to kill him. However, the Samsara city governor's body had been snatched away and the eyes of Samsara had probably fallen into the hands of Samsara Realm Supremacy. Naturally, no one knew the cause of death. Although I only met the Samsara city governor a few times, he had a good relationship with the Villa Master and even helped Luo reincarnate. I will avenge him. Yi Xian made up his mind and left immediately. This time, he knew where Samsara Realm Supremacy was. However, before he fought with Samsara Realm Supremacy, he had to get rid of the strongest eyes of 10,000 forms expert, Gao Yunlong. It was easy to lure Gao Yunlong out. All he had to do was expose his whereabouts and let Gao Yunlong find him. When the time came, Yi Xian could start a massacre. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly headed to a nearby force. This time, he didn't hide and called out the old tree and the skeletal king. Kill! This force was a sect and there were many disciples in the sect. When they saw the red light shining between the eyebrows of Yi Xian and the old tree, they immediately rushed forward in groups. It's an enemy. Kill. That old man is at the 8th level of the Samsara realm. Hurry up and inform the sect leader. For elders, join forces with me. This sect had migrated over in recent years. Although there weren't many disciples, There were 8th level Samsara realm experts in the sect. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of 9th level Samsara realm experts. What was a mere 8th level Samsara realm expert to him? Although this was what Yi Xian said, he still wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, the eyes of myriad forms might descend and disturb him. If this was any other place, Yi Xian wouldn't do something like exterminating a sect. However, this was the rotating will battlefield. Moreover, the people in this sect seemed to have gone crazy when they saw them and rushed to their deaths. Coincidentally, Yi Xian liked to fight in groups. Therefore, he immediately started a killing feast. Given his cultivation level, even 8th level Samsara realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks easily. As for those below the 8th level of the Samsara realm, they would only be killed in an instant. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. At the same time, the killing feast's killing intent was increasing continuously. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. In less than 10 seconds, all the experts at the 5th level of the Samsara realm and above in this sect were dead. Not a single one was left. Yi Xian had obtained the inheritance of an entire sect and had gained a lot. Unfortunately, he was still a little short of breaking through to the 7th level of the Samsara realm.